welcome to the live stream. And hello, Jerome. Hello, Set Upwards. Jose, Gisli, Green, Ninja, The Closer, Mortis, CEO, Pumpkin, a Lunatic, Love to Sleep, Guto, Destructiconga, Jupiter the Great, Dominix, Sugar, Hello, Harlow the Hoodlum, and Fuzz, and Dagman. What's up? Merch came in today, wearing it this weekend. Heck yeah, Dagman. By the way, my friends, I made merch. If you want to be as cool as Dagman, you can get some, okay? You can get some. Tomet, Big G. Thank you for your prime. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for your prime. D-shk. O-M. E-shk. H-shk. D-shk. G-shk. Thank you so much. Clickety-clack. Shaka for your prime. Shaka. Yeah, let's see what happens if I preview this dual stream. Oh my god, Sinchobe is... How do I do this? Oh wait, there's a whole thing that I have to do. Allow Twitch TV to use your microphone. I'm not going to be able to hear Sinchobe if he says anything. I'm not going to be able to hear him. I don't think you want to do that part? Okay, block. Microphone access is denied. Am I doing it? Am I doing it right now? I'm so excited to see the merch. Am I actually doing it right now, or am I not doing anything? I don't know if I'm doing anything right now. I accepted a stream collab invite. No, we're just seeing you. Okay. I accepted a stream collab invite from Sinchobe. But the title does say with Sinchobe. That's funny. Well, I did it. I gave it a shot. But I got to see him wearing the shirt. That's so sweet. I saw the important part. Excellent. Good. Very good. The side says +1. Interesting. I don't see what y'all are seeing wherever y'all are seeing it, but hey, that's cool. Dagman, thank you. Thank you, Dagman. Thank you, Dagman, for your sub. D, shk, A, click, G, M, A, sk, N, click, W, shk, 2. Thank you, Dagman. We just wanted the awkward bit. Okay, cool, good. I'm glad you got it. Did it end? Or is it still happening? Did it end? It ended? Oh, okay. Oh, you ended it. Okay, cool, good. Good to know. Shik. It fits well. I'm so glad to hear. No problem. I want no ads. This is my first time watching your stream. Aw, well, welcome. Glad to have you. Today's stream is going to be a little different from usual. You know, at the beginning, I'm sure we'll do a little bit of catching up and chit-chatting like we usually do. But I actually kind of want to have a history-ish stream today, okay? I want to have a history-ish stream today. Green Ninja. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Thank you for your tip. Thank you. Yes, I would love to give you a tarot reading. great, great, great. And BNB, thank you for your sub as well. Thank you, BNB. Bishk and click. Bishk. 319 9. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, it's gonna be a history stream. Obviously, history and politics are intertwined in a pretty intimate way, so I'm sure that there will be some discussion of politics, but I want us to try and keep a level head about everything, okay? Because we're going to be talking about U.S. history, and specifically U.S. presidential election history, okay? And we'll get started after we do Green Ninja's reading, but I do just kind of want to introduce, I guess, the content of today's stream before we get into it. So this past election, the one that just happened, people have been describing it as like a sweep, right? And like a massive win. And whenever it happened, I mean, looking at the results, that's kind of how it felt to me too. It felt like a very, like, that was definitely one person got more votes than the other person. Very true, very true. And that made me curious specifically about election margins historically, because I've heard about some, historically close elections and then some of the bigger sweeps as far as elections go, but I was never really sure about the exact numbers. I remember growing up and hearing about like controversial, like the election of 2000 and like some other stuff. But before that especially, I don't really know about election margins. I don't have all my US presidents memorized, although I do know just from my context things about the Clinton era or the Reagan era or McCarthyism, like I have like a average amount of US history, but I've never specifically looked at history through the timeline of presidential elections and their margins, and so that's what I want to do today. So I have this map on 270 to win pulled up. I want us to start looking at history in 1840. The reason why I want to start there is because before that, things are so silly and wacky. And even in 1840, things are pretty silly and wacky. But they're like before 1856, before 1856, things are just like extra silly and wacky. It's like the Whig Party. I don't care about the Whig Party. I don't need to learn about the Whig Party today. But in 1856, we kind of have our first Democratic-Republican race, even though the Democratic and the Republican parties of that time are very different ideologically than the ones of today. I think that's where I want to start looking at history. So we're probably going to be reading a lot this stream. Reading, ear-to-ear reading. Starting from just the 270 to win website, and then asking some questions to Perplexity AI, just to fill ourselves in on some of the curious details. So that is going to be the fun plan for today. I'm excited to get into it. I don't know how many elections we'll cover. We might just cover 3 or 4, or we might do like 10 or something. We will see. But for now, shaka. Agen, thank you for your sub. Thank you, Agen. G, click, use, and click, S, I, double L, shk, Y, sk, O, shk. thank you, Agan, for your 17th monthly sub. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Click, 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 Ferrome said, Sleepy, before we get into the details, taking advantage of the opportunity of the topic, who do you feel that the U.S. decides elections by points? I think you meant why. Why do you feel that the U.S., or how do you feel is what you meant? Okay. How do you feel that the U.S. elections decides elections by points instead of overall popular vote? That's a weird concept to me because in my country it's just overall votes, but I can see the value, its value though. Honestly, I have heard very smart people advocate for the Electoral College system, and people who are very smart who've said that it's outdated and that we should just use popular vote. I don't have a position on it that I feel comfortable saying, like, this is my position. I think that there's good arguments for the Electoral College, and I think that there's also good arguments for it being outdated. Like, I don't know, but it is the system that is here. I don't think that it's a horrible system, I will say. I don't think it's, like, ruining the country or anything like that. But I could definitely be convinced that it's outdated. I could definitely be convinced that, like, it would be better if it weren't here. And I could also be convinced that it should stay. But I don't think it's the end of the world or anything like that. It's the prankster. Thank you for your prime. Thank you. I-T, click. S-T, shk. H, click. E-F, shk, shk. R, sk. A-N, click. K, shk, shk. S-T, click. E, shk. R. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Don't use Opera. I heard it has a ton of security issues. Really? I heard it was pretty good in terms of security, but I could be wrong. I'm just using it for the stream because it's not my main browser. And so it's easier that way. This is my second browser, Chrome. Click. Thayar, thank you for your prime. Thank you. F, shk, shk, A, click, Y, shk, Y, shk, A, sk, R, click. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's good, just in case. Yeah, I know, it would be super, super embarrassing if y'all saw the ASMR videos that I watch all the time. It would be super embarrassing, really. Subterranean. 32 months? Ugh, Subterranean, you're one of those sneaky long time subscribers. I see you, Subterranean. Thank you so much for your 32 months. That's amazing. S-U, click, B, D, R, shk, I, dot, A, click, and sk. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Shaka, shaka, shaka. Click, 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 click. I think a mix should be used. I think electoral college system isn't perfect right now, but I do think rural states should have some help in having their say. But it shouldn't. But it should be the largest factor. Shouldn't be the largest factor, I think, or outweigh the popular vote. Yeah, I mean, so when you say that the electoral college shouldn't outweigh the popular vote, like, that to me just sounds like an argument that the electoral college shouldn't exist. Like, if it doesn't matter unless it agrees with the popular vote, then you just want the popular vote, right? The electoral college only matters when it outweighs the popular vote, right? From what I understand. But I agree that if we are to use a electoral college, then I do think that we need to balance the electors anymore. That's a position no one has to convince me of. If we continue using the electoral college, I do think that the way we have the electors set up is unbalanced. Yeah. In my opinion, Ferome says the system gives more power to the sections of the country that could be considered to provide more value. Yes, hence why I think it's not bad, but I can see how people from states in which their votes are not worth as much can be seen as bad. Yeah, I have a lot of sympathy for, like, the importance of the rural vote, really. Like, even if these parts of the country are less populated, the people working in these parts of the country provide so much important value to the country. I'm kind of okay with like their on the ground knowledge of issues that affect agriculture being more highly valued in terms of the election. Like, I understand that argument. It makes a lot of sense to me, so I agree with you there, Ferome. But then, yeah, it also sucks to be in a state where potentially your vote doesn't matter as much. Is it okay that let me answer this. Is it okay that a rural person's vote matters more from a person in the city? No, I don't think it's okay that a rural person's vote matters more than a person from the city. I do think it's valid that a productive person's vote matters more than a non-productive person's vote, and that is not determined by someone, where someone is. It's not. There are many people who work in cities, who live in cities, who are more productive than people in rural communities. That is true. And that's why it's, like, not necessarily a perfect system, right? But there are a lot of very, very important agriculture people and manufacturing people in those rural communities, and I want their vote to have a lot of weight compared to people who are, like, very alienated from the actual kind of machinery of the country, the productive machinery of the country. I also think that, like, education should be valued in terms of the vote, but I mean, maybe not. Maybe I don't really think, like, because education doesn't necessarily indicate how smart you are. But yeah, I take that back. But I think that productivity should be a metric that is accounted for. Yeah, exactly, Pumpkin Lunatic. I agree with you there. Like, education conceptually doesn't mean classism, right? Because you can be very, very highly educated as, like, as a person working on a farm, right? And that education doesn't come with degrees necessarily, right? Education as a concept, I think, should matter, but education as it relates to institutions, less valid of a metric. Diego Zaki, welcome. Thank you so much for your 16 months. I'm so glad to have you. D-I-G-O-C-A click C-K click Y-shk. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Set of words. When electors just ignore the voters and vote for whoever, but that hasn't really happened yet. Yeah, it's definitely a massive risk. Like, if we're ever in a situation where electors are just actually actively ignoring the popular vote, then yeah, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Oh, Lel and Carr says, with functional checks and balances, the Electoral College should not exist. Small states already have legislative advantage in the Senate. Fair. I don't think they have an advantage in the Senate. They just have a, like, the point of the Senate is that everyone is equally represented. Like, they have, in the Senate, it's fair, and I would say in the House, it's skewed by population, right? Like, that's what my high school education taught me. In the House, you have as many representatives. You have more representatives for your population, and then in the Senate it's even. I think that's actually good. I don't think that makes it uneven. I think that's really good. I am very glad that, Wyoming has 2 senators and not just like 0.1. Just like a couple toes or something. That would be a little bit brutal. But yeah, I am glad that Wyoming and Iowa have 2 senators, because I think that's a lot of people, and I think that if we had representation in Congress that was exactly based off of population centers, then things would be so skewed towards the city that farmers would be effed over to the point of like not existing. Like, no one would be advocating for them. No one would be advocating for the farmers and the coal miners. And it's not just that would make their lives bad and shitty, it's that those industries would die. And that would be bad for America. Like, I have a self-interest, okay, in the coal miners and the manufacturers and the farmers having good lives. So I am glad that they have 2 representatives who can represent them and speak to their issues in a way that I don't have the ground knowledge to do, or that, people in the city don't have the ground knowledge to do. Yeah, Nereus, very, very good point. That's why we have the Electoral College, to protect the minority from the tyranny of the majority. Otherwise, it's just mob rule. Yeah, the majority, like in like a philosophical sense, I'm not talking about like the U.S. elections. I'm just talking about exploding this to like the world of complete generalities. The majority is not always right, okay? Just because the most people believe it doesn't mean it's the truth. Just because the most people feel it doesn't mean it's the truth. There was a time when most people thought the sun went around the earth, right? So, yeah. Sometimes the minority is the correct group. And yeah, Destructicon, that's what I mean. You said, I don't think that just because city folk win, they'll disregard things like workers' rights, especially with things like OSHA, but I do think things could get lost in the agricultural nuance. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. I don't think California is like, I shouldn't use California because California is actually pretty rural, but let's say New York. I don't think New York is like anti-farmer. I don't think New York like hates manufacturing people or whatever. Not at all. But I do think they just don't know how to advocate for those rural workers in the way that Wyoming senators will. You know? Like, they just don't know. They just don't know. Hello, Sinchobe. Welcome. Thank you for your raid. Thank you for your raid. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Click, click, click. Thank you and welcome. Alright. Let's do a tarot reading for Green Ninja. Let's do a tarot reading. Let's do a tarot reading. I also have tea today. And it is good. It is good. It is good. Thanks for the merch. Oh, Sinchobe, thank you for buying the merch. I'm so flattered. You looked great in it, okay? You looked great. Thank you for rocking the merch. Thank you for rocking the merch. Click, click, click. Alright. Let's see what the cards have for Green Ninja. Green Ninja. Green Ninja. Green Ninja. Green Ninja. We have the High Priestess, the Five of Swords, and Temperance. The High Priestess, the Five of Swords, and Temperance. Okay, so Green Ninja, this is a message about what to do with your intuition and how to keep your knowledge from turning into an impulse to control situations around you to an unhealthy degree. Knowledge is power, right? But just because you have power doesn't always mean that you need to exercise it to the highest degree, right? There are times to have quiet power, to know something and not act on it because you know that it's best for the other people in the situation to have kind of the freedom and journey of discovery on their own without you impacting it. So far this reading is a message about you having temperance with your intuition and avoiding being overly controlling even when you know a lot about a situation. Let's get some more cards. We have the Seven of Pentacles, the Knight of Wands, and the Six of Swords. Interesting. Okay, so this is happy now. I really think that this reading is about focusing on yourself, even though you have a lot of opinions about what other people are doing with their lives, Green Ninja. I think you have a lot of insight into other people in your life, into kind of their situation. And this second part of the reading is saying, even though you could talk to the brick wall of other people and help them and hurt them because they don't want to be helped, so it's just hurting and it's just this act of futility. Instead of doing that, you should focus on yourself Instead of doing that, you should separate yourself a little bit. Separate yourself from the toxicity. Go after your own passions. Focus on what is driving you. Focus on what is driving you. Focus on what gives you energy. And plant your own gardens. Plant your own gardens to pick their fruit. Plant your own gardens to pick their fruit, okay? And NASA, thank you for gifting a sub to Dominic's. Thank you, NASA. And click ASA. 2, 5, 8, E. Thank you. And also Sinjope, thank you for your tip. I will give you a reading right after this one. Alright, let's get 3 more cards for Green Ninja. We have the 4 of Pentacles, the 7 of Cups, and the Knight of Cups. So this is kind of a, it's bringing the beginning back to the end. So the first part of this reading is saying, like, you have insight into someone else or into other people's situations. And the better thing to do, instead of trying to control them, is, second part of the reading, living your own life. Letting your intuition just be intuition. And not pushing, not constraining the people around you, just following your own path, separating yourself, following your passion, enjoying the fruits of your own creation. And then the third part of this reading is saying the reason that is so powerful is because that sets an example, which is actually more powerful than telling someone else what to do. You are neither teaching someone to fish nor giving them the fish. You're fishing in front of them, okay? You're fishing in front of other people who don't want to be taught. They're too stubborn. But if you just stand in front of someone and fish for long enough, they're eventually going to learn how to put bait on that hook and cast their fishing rod and reel it in, okay? They're eventually gonna learn. So just fish. Just fish. Just fish. And that will begin to plant the seeds of inspiration and desire in other people. It's slow, day by day, slow work. That will be frustrating, but it is a very pure sort of way to teach someone, I think. And yeah, I mean, I think that there's some people who can only learn from example, and I think that is the kind of people that are in your life right now. Or it might just be one person, or it might be more than one. But they really just don't want to listen to you. But they will learn by example. Or learn from example. They will. So you just have to be patient. Gotta be patient. Let's enjoy this combination. Let's get an oracle card. Oracle card for Green Ninja. We have, interesting, the Martin and the Foxglove. Mischief. It's the sneaky teaching by example. You know, this is like how parents teach their kids things, you know? How they gotta be a little sneaky about it. You know, like, some kids don't want to be condescended with the fucking broccoli airplane. No. Condescending, they understand what's going on. They don't want that. But they will be fooled by the parent, like, putting a fork in the broccoli and being like, this is the best thing ever. Oh, these Brussels sprouts are really good. That's what you're doing, okay? It's mischief that's very well-intentioned. The mischief of goodwill. If someone's not gonna learn from you in the normal way, then you gotta let them feel like they're stealing your knowledge a little bit. You know? And that's the way that you must inspire someone. Were you an airplane or a gaslighted kid when having dinner you didn't like? I was an airplane baby, okay? I was, but I liked a lot of variety. I think this is kind of common, but I wanted my parents to get creative with it. They would have to tell me like a wild tale of what was spinning in the air and why it was going into my mouth. It was airplanes, it was helicopters, it was rides on the alligators, it was boats, it was trains, it was all kinds of things, okay? It was a bill moving from the House to the Senate to the executive branch and into my mouth, alright? I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill going into my mouth. Thank you, Green Ninja, for letting me read for you. Very specific and very accurate as always. Thank you, Sleepy. Oh, you're so welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed. My mom used to make me pretend I was a dolphin at SeaWorld and make me jump for the baloney she threw at me so it wouldn't hit the ground. Amazing. The Brussels sprouts were riding on the crocodiles. You know, I always liked Brussels sprouts. I never had a problem with Brussels sprouts. Carrots I had issues with. I had major texture issues with carrots when I was a kid. Oof, carrots were rough. I felt like I was choking whenever I ate carrots. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but like my body refused to swallow them. Like, I could chew them, but my body refused to swallow them. I couldn't make myself swallow carrots, and a lot of times I would just end up spitting them out, even though I actually enjoyed, like, chewing them. It was a whole issue. But I think probably my parents did the game with, like, broccolis and corn, and I think a lot of foods, like, I don't think it was a veggie-specific thing. I think sometimes when I was a kid, I just didn't want to eat, so they would just do it with waffles, whatever, you know, whatever. Cheerios. I remember my mom thinking I hated broccoli, but I was like, just give me the plain. I love them. Just give me them plain. Gotcha. I thought you were saying that you just wanted to do the plain game. But no, you just wanted plain broccoli. Gotcha. Ain't gonna lie, I used to be that way with egg yolks. Nothing could make me swallow them. I just thought they were nasty. Interesting. Well, most people don't eat egg yolks by themselves. Oh, I guess you mean like like in a fried egg or something? Or a boiled egg, maybe? Oh, I wanted the plain straight ahead, no stories in between, because I liked the broccoli. Gotcha. Okay. Let's do a reading for Syncope now. Syncope. What do the cards have for Syncope? We have the Six of of Pentacles, generosity. And the Three of Swords. Ooh, very interesting. And Justice. What on earth does that mean? So, this is some kind of, there's a very, very strong motif of equilibrium here. The Six of Pentacles is usually about kind of reciprocation, charity, giving to someone who once gave to you, giving back to your community, philanthropy, anything like that. And again, justice, reciprocity, right? But the Three of Swords is heartbreak and betrayal. So I feel like the message of this reading is that just because you're doing the right thing doesn't mean you're going to be rewarded for it. And that sometimes justice and goodness comes at the cost of pleasure. And you might be doing a good deed, that gets kind of, you might be doing a good deed that feels like a major sacrifice, or possibly that gets like thrown back in your face a little bit. I don't think that the end results of whatever happens are going to be bad necessarily. Like, I don't think you're going to be materially punished in any way here, but I think that there's a definite like emotional pain that's going to occur as a downstream effect of you doing good. Which is I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Sanjobe. I'm so sorry that sometimes it's like this. Let's see if the Oracle cards can give us some guidance. Perhaps a silver lining. Silver lining for all this. You know, that's not too bad. We have the Badger and Ginkgo. Healing wounds. Healing wounds. You know, kind of the vibe that I'm getting here is stitches. Stitches in a really okay, the image, I'm getting a very, very clear image of stitches here, and I think it's kind of metaphorical. Stitches are a good thing. They keep a wound closed, right? And that's like really good. Helps everything heal. But they are so painful. Nowadays, I think we have anesthetics when people get stitches, right? At least local anesthetics and make it not that bad. But in ye olden world, when we were having to take like an arm that had like a giant gash in it, and then be like, oh, let me just put pokey stuff in it, and then pull a string through both sides. Oh my god. Like, just pour salt on it at that point, you know? Like, oh my god, that must have been painful. The Three of Swords and the Six of Pentacles look so much like stitches, right? You can see the pattern and the pointiness and the stabbiness. The Doctor is doing everything right to make two things come together again, right? To make forces balance out again. But it is painful. It is painful, even though it's good. A healing wound doesn't always just go from bad to gradually getting better. There's a lot of healing processes that require a lot of pain in the middle. And that's the kind of thing that I think you might be going through, Sanchobe. A healing process that requires a lot of pain. So good luck. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that resonated, and I hope you enjoyed. You're a visionary. Thank you. I try. Oh, interesting, Schadenfreude. Nice username. Welcome to the chat. I assume this is primarily American audience. What's your opinion on mandatory voting? I do not like mandatory voting. I do not like mandatory voting. Now, this is a purely intuitive, impulsive American reaction of mine, alright? I haven't studied it at all. I don't have like an educated opinion on the issue, but I don't like it. That sounds horrible. Like, I just don't like people. I don't like government overreach. And for me, a lot of times government overreach is just government reachy reach. Anytime government does reachy reach, I'm like, arms a little too long. Arms are getting a little bit too long for me there, okay? So no, I don't like it. I don't like the idea that the government can punish you for effectively boycotting its systems. No good. No good. Let's see. Jerome, thank you very much for your tip. I would love to give you a reading. Let's see what the cards have for you. Jerome says, I have mandatory voting in my country, and if I don't do it, I have to pay like $50 sanction fee. I have like $150 to pay because I haven't voted in a while. Oh no, Jerome. Pokemon, go to the polls, okay? That's not good. I think we should vote. Like, I think we should vote. I think we should vote, but, yeah, I don't think it should be mandatory. I nominated you for a bunch of stuff in the ASMR awards. Would love it for you and your community to see you there. Oh my gosh, Sanchobe, thank you. I don't know anything about the awards. I literally don't know anything at all about it. So I need to figure that out. Thank you for nominating me. Am I supposed to do something? Do I have to accept a nomination? I don't know what to do. I would assume I have to accept a nomination. But I don't know. I do get the uncomfortableness with it. Plenty of Aussies just do dick ballots, which count anyway. The main appeal, interesting. The main appeal is that extremism is much harder to take root with everyone encouraged via a small fine. Extremism is much harder to take root? You know, I understand that sentiment. I don't always think that what the government calls extremism across the world, across worlds, across what I might call regimes, I don't think what they call extremism is always extremism, right? Like the French Revolution, the American Revolution, different independence movements, different. There's been plenty of groups that have been called extremists by governments and by those in power who have actually just been like trying to change the world, right? So whenever I think we can call things extremists or we can call groups extremists as people, but whenever governments call people extremists, I always feel a little bit suspicious. And encouraging voting on that with that as the central premise, like this makes extremism harder to take root. It sets off little alarm bells in my head of like, I've read that fiction book before where the government calls anyone who doesn't want to be involved in supporting the government an extremist. I've read those books. I know how that ends. I feel like the government's a bad guy. But I don't think that governments certainly are not always bad guys. Like, I want to be in a country with a government, and I also want the government to support health and education and roads and like all those things. But I don't like the idea of governments calling people extremists for not voting. I don't know. That sets alarm bells in my head. Alright. Let's do a reading for Jerome. Alright. We have the Six of Wands, the Nine of Wands, and the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor. It's an award show meant for family-friendly ASMR streamers, put on by Squishy. All proceeds go to charity. Based. Love that. Love that, love that. Oh, hello, I found your YouTube channel yesterday. Now you popped up on my Twitch feed. What a creepy coincidence. Ooh, creepy. They're listening, Blarafos. They're listening. They're watching. Just you wait. Soon you'll start getting little ads on the side of every website you frequent that say subscribe to Always Slightly Sleepy. You should buy Always Slightly Sleepy merch. Soon I will be on your lock screen and you'll be like, what? When did Apple make this happen? Or when did Android make this happen? Or whatever. I agree, Mortis. Extremism equals what the government doesn't like. Not that that makes it automatically not valid. Yeah, when citizens call different groups extremists, I listen. There can be an interesting conversation there, or academics or whatever. But when a government, specifically a government, calls a group an extremist, I'm like, I'm gonna need to hear a more specific critique. I'm gonna need a more specific critique. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Alright. Jerome. You know, this is a very Ivory Tower reading. Ooh, this is very leadership coded though. This is the ruler who is afraid of their people, is this reading for Rome. The king who is afraid of their people. The content creator who, hates their audience. God, I feel so sorry. I feel so sorry for content creators who are, have an adversarial relationship with their audience. But yeah, this is the king who hates their people, even though their people absolutely adore and celebrate them. For Rome, I think perhaps in the context of this reading, it's your fear of the people who admire you is from the perspective that of like pressure. You feel pressured. You feel a lot of pressure and high expectations from your people. And because of that, you fear them and you hide away a little bit. You hide away because you're like, oh my god, how the hell how am I going to be good unless I become as distant as a god? You know, if the people ever saw me, they would realize that I have a limp and a crooked nose, and sometimes I forget the word anti-disestablishmentarianism. If the people ever saw me, they would know. They would know. Exactly. From far away, the imperfections are hard to be seen. That is what's happening in this reading. Let's get another card. Oh, poor Jerome. 8 of Swords. 8 of Swords. 8 of Swords. This is, anxiety. You know, what this is also saying is that the fear isn't just from high expectations from your people, your audience. It's also because you don't know them. It's, kind of like they worship who they think you are, and you also don't feel like you know them. And it might be the case that they're actually much smarter than you give them credit for, and they don't have impossible expectations for you. They don't care if you have a crooked nose. They're normal people, and they would see you as a normal people if you were willing to just be a normal people. But there's all these messages in the world that make you afraid of them. That make you afraid of them. And you don't know who they are. You don't know who they are. So I also think that there's a message here of like, maybe you should give your people, whoever they are, a little bit more credit when it comes to them having reasonable expectations of who you are. Don't assume that they expect you to be perfect, because they might be quite reasonable. Of course, we have the Bear and Cedar. Leadership. I feel a great sense of or a great impulse to encourage vulnerability here. And that there's a message here that a true leader is one who doesn't separate themselves from the people. Rather, one who immerses themselves in the throng, in the little Pope mobile or whatever it is. Go into the crowds and know them. And in knowing those people who you think have such high, ridiculous, impossible expectations for you, in coming to know them, first of all, they will have a more clear idea of who you are, which will make you have less reason to fear them. And then second of all, you will see them as people, like actual individuals, and not just like my people who I must serve. You know what I mean? You will see them as individuals who you want to take care of. Rather than like an impossible force. Thank you for letting me read for you, Jerome. I hope that you enjoyed, and I hope that it resonated. Alright, let's get a sip of tea before we go into the election of 1856. So, especially for these older elections, I honestly doubt that I will have much to say about them. I'm really just here to learn. Sorry, excuse me. And so because of that, I'm just gonna be reading. I'm gonna be reading unless I have, something to say. So, sit back, zone out, enjoy. The election of 1856. 15-6. My Hamilton ass thought you were about to say the election of 1800. Girl, I feel like I'm about to accidentally start singing Hamilton anytime I'm talking about the United States of America. Okay. I'm trying to scoot my chair. The wheels on my chair do not go round and round and round anymore. They're shitty wheels. Okay. Click. The election of 1856. The United States presidential election of 1856 was an unusually heated election campaign that led to the election of James Buchanan, the ambassador to the United Kingdom. Republican candidate John C. Fremont condemned the Kansas-Nebraska Act and crusaded against the slave power and expansion of slavery. Okay, so the Republican was anti-slavery, and they were against James Buchanan, who was Democratic. Okay. James Buchanan warned that the Republicans were extremists, whose victory would lead to civil war. The Democrats endorsed the moderate popular sovereignty approach to slavery expansion utilized in the Kansas-Nebraska Act. I don't know what the Kansas-Nebraska Act is, so we'll look up what that was. Former President Millard Fillmore represented a third party, the relatively New American Party, or Know Nothings. I feel like I remember that from high school. I remember learning about the Know Nothings. The Know Nothings ignored the slavery issue in favor of anti-immigration policies, and they won a little over a fifth of the vote. So that's this guy. The incumbent president, Franklin Pierce, was defeated in his effort to be renominated by the Democrats. Their official party slogan was "Anybody but Pierce." Yikes, yikes. He was the president? Franklin Pierce, the incumbent? I feel like I've never learned anything about Franklin Pierce. I want to look up who Franklin Pierce was as well, and why he was hated so much. This was thanks in part to the fact that the Kansas-Nebraska Act divided Democrats. The Whig Party had disintegrated over the issue of slavery, and new organizations such as the Republican Party and the American Party competed to replace them. The Republicans nominated John Fremont of California as their first standard bearer over Senator William H. Seward, and the Know Nothings nominated former President Millard Fillmore of New York. Perennial candidate Daniel Pratt also ran. And here is what the results were, with the Democratic win of James Buchanan with 174 electoral votes to the Republican 114 electoral votes for John Fremont. And the winner, while he received most of the electoral votes, only received 45% of the popular vote. He still received more popular votes than the Republican, but the third party, the American Party, also known as the Know Nothings, received a big enough chunk that kind of skewed it. Issues of the day were slavery, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, bleeding Kansas. Okay, so I want to look up the Kansas-Nebraska Act and Franklin Pierce, and maybe a little bit about the Know Nothings. What was the Kansas, Nebraska Act. Click, 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 click. That guy Larry, thank you so much for your 6 months. Thank you, thank you. D, click, A, shk, D, click, G, shk, U, click, Y, click, L, shk, 4, R, click, click, R, click, click, Y, shk. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Why are parts of the map in gray? These were not states yet. This was this was no man's land, also known as indigenous territory. I would say, yeah. Click, 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 click. The Kansas-Nebraska Act was a significant piece of legislation passed in 1854. Okay, so the Kansas-Nebraska Act passed 2 years before this election that we just talked about. It was have far-reaching consequences for the United States, ultimately contributing to increased sectional tensions that led to the Civil War. Here are the key aspects of this act. So the part of why this is confusing to me is because Kansas and Nebraska are right here, right? So they're not states yet? Am I wrong about that? They're not. Are they not states? But we have an act named after them? Confusing. Okay. Oh, here we go. Main provisions, creations of territories. The act created the territories, so not the states, but the territories of Kansas and Nebraska out of the unorganized land west of Missouri. Right, okay. It introduced the concept of popular sovereignty, allowing the residents of these territories to decide whether to permit or prohibit slavery. Okay. Repeal of the Missouri Compromise. The act effectively repealed the Missouri Compromise of 1820, which had prohibited slavery north of the 3630 parallel in the Louisiana Purchase territories. Gotcha. So before the Kansas-Nebraska Act, I would assume that this is the 36th parallel, right? Like, I don't know if y'all can see my mouse, right? I think this is like the 36th-ish parallel. So I would assume that what this is saying is that before the Kansas-Nebraska Act, slavery was illegal above this line. Illegal slavery, and then slavery was legal down here. But the Kansas-Nebraska Act said, if people want it, then they can have it. Screw the parallel line thing. Interesting. I would assume that that's because Kansas and Nebraska both wanted it, but they're above, at some point they're above the 36th parallel. So I guess the Kansas-Nebraska Act would have made slavery possible in Missouri and Illinois and any of these other states, which the Republicans would have been very much against, right? Yeah, the Democrats wanted popular sovereignty, so the Democrats wanted the states to be able to decide whether or not they had slavery, and the Republicans were like, no. How about you can't just decide that? I need to clear my throat in a much more hardcore way. Just a sec. Alright. Let's continue. Senator Douglas proposed this act for several reasons. Douglas, was that a guy who was mentioned in here? I don't think so. To facilitate the construction of the Transcontinental Railroad. Okay, so Senator Douglas wanted this. I would assume that he is implying that slave labor would help with the construction of the Transcontinental Railroad, to open up new lands for development, and to bridge the divide between pro-slavery and anti-slavery factions. Interesting. Consequences. The Kansas-Nebraska Act had several significant consequences. Bleeding Kansas. It led to violent conflicts in Kansas between pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers, as would be expected. And political realignment. The act contributed to the collapse of the Whig Party and the rise of the Republican Party. You know, I have a pet theory for the future that we are at the end of... let me think. I think that there's going to be... I think that the current Republican Party is, like, under, like, deconstruction right now. When it comes to organized groups, I'm gonna go on a little tangent here. When it comes to, like, organized groups, churches, ideology groups, political parties, a very normal trajectory for them is to, like, evolve, and then the traditionalists break off. Traditionalists are break-off groups. This is super common in religion and churches. A group gets more progressive with the times, and then there's a traditionalist break-off group. It's intuitive to think that break-off groups would be having, like, fresh new ideas, but that's not actually how it works for a lot of big institutions. It's a lot of times the traditionalists that are break-offs, while the kind of nominal group continues to transform. I think the current Republican Party is, like, has transformed a lot. And I feel like within my lifetime, there's going to be, like, a traditionalist break-off of the Republican Party. I don't know if that's going to manifest as, like, a strengthening of, like, the Libertarian or Tea Party, or if this whole, what is that group that's, like, super anti, what's that group of Republicans that, is, like, very anti, Trump? They're called, like, the Liberty something, not the alt-right, no, the Liberty, I feel like there's an L in it. They're, like, Republicans, it's Republicans who are in Congress, like, they're institutional Republicans. The Lincoln Project, thank you. The Lincoln Project, that's what I'm thinking of. I think they're the kind of the traditionalist break-off, right, of the Republican Party. And I feel like, yeah, there might be some kind of actual party faction forming there that could become a bigger deal in our lifetime. And I think the nominal, like, Republican Party is, like, gonna change a lot, because I don't think I mean, I think, like, Trump and his, like, group that he's forming is very different from, like, the Republican Party of, like the Bush era. It's very, very different from that. And I feel like the traditionalists are gonna break off. Exactly, Destructicon, exactly. And I think the Democratic Party has changed a lot too, but I think the Democratic Party is, like, more internally loyal, whereas the Republican Party is, like, much more divided, if that makes sense. Alright, let's see. It intensified the national debate over slavery, yes. And it was a key event that pushed the nation further towards a civil war. The Kansas-Nebraska Act is described by some historians as the most consequential piece of legislation ever passed. Whoa. Interesting. Surprising. due to its profound impact on American politics and its role in precipitating the Civil War. It represented a pivotal moment in the ongoing struggle over the expansion of slavery in the United States and fundamentally altered the political landscape of the antebellum period. All right. I feel pretty satisfied with my knowledge of the Kansas-Nebraska Act. But there was another thing I wanted to look into. Franklin Pierce. It was the Democrats, right? The Democratic Party's dislike for Franklin Pierce stemmed from several factors related to his presidency and its consequences. I feel like I've never heard of this guy. Most United States presidents, I feel like I know, like, I would hear their name and be like, yeah, that was a president. This guy, don't even recognize that name. I don't even recognize that. Pierce supported the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which effectively repealed the Missouri Compromise and allowed the possibility of slavery. This decision deeply divided the Democratic Party and angered many Northern Democrats. Okay, ineffective leadership. But I think most Democrats liked the Kansas-Nebraska Act. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Most Democrats liked the Kansas-Nebraska Act. But then probably these guys really hated it. So these guys were probably like the never piercers. The anybody but piercers. Anybody but piercers. And then these guys. Maybe not. Pierce was seen as ineffective, failed to ease tensions over slavery. His inability to prevent violence in Kansas further damaged his reputation. His sympathy for pro-slavery groups alienated Northern Democrats. The Kansas-Nebraska Act and its fallout led to a significant political realignment, contributing to the rise of the Republican Party. After his presidency, Pierce became a vocal critic of President Lincoln during the Civil War. Did you know that President Lincoln is still the tallest president? He was 6'4". No president has been taller than Abe Lincoln. Pretty cool. Only because I haven't been president yet. Of course, Destructicon, of course. Pierce's heavy drinking and the tragedy of losing his son before taking office may have... Oh, that sucks. Dude. Pierce's heavy drinking and the tragedy of losing his son before taking office may have affected his ability to lead effectively. By 1856, Democratic leaders had grown tired of Pierce, even though he expected to be renominated easily. Instead, the party turned to James Buchanan. Pierce's presidency is generally regarded as one of the least successful in U.S. history. How did Franklin Pierce's son die? Okay. I'm gonna hide my screen for a moment. Double authentication. should know. Be good. How did Franklin Pierce's son die? Franklin Pierce's son, Benjamin, died in a tragic train accident just 2 months before Pierce's presidential inauguration. Here are the key details. The accident occurred when the Pierce family was traveling by train from Massachusetts to New Hampshire. The train derailed after one of the axles fractured. The coach carrying the Pierce family fell down a 15 to 20 foot embankment and was destroyed. Benjamin, who was 11 years old at the time, was standing up in the car when it derailed. He was the only fatality in the accident, suffering fatal injuries that nearly decapitated him. Franklin Pierce witnessed the horrific scene and quickly covered his son's body so his wife Jane would not have to see it. While Franklin and Jane did not sustain severe physical injuries, they were emotionally devastated by the loss of their only surviving child. Did their other children die too? What the heck? The accident had a profound impact on the Pierces and Franklin's presidency. Jane Pierce was so distraught that she did not attend the presidential inauguration or her son's burial. Franklin Pierce refused to swear his oath of office on a Bible, believing the accident was divine punishment. This is crazy. The inaugural ball was cancelled due to the family's grief. Jane spent much of Pierce's presidency in mourning, rarely appearing in public. Dude, that's so sad. That's so sad. This is crazy to me. This is crazy to me. Like, for an American president to refuse to swear his oath of office on a Bible because he believed he had received divine punishment in the form of killing, like God killed his son. That is like a piece of American history that was hidden from me. What? This tragic loss cast a dark shadow over Pierce's presidency from the very beginning, affecting both his personal life and his inability to lead effectively during a tumultuous period. Yeah, this is interesting. What was the public reaction to the train accident? The train accident that killed Franklin Pierce's son, Benjamin, had a significant impact on public perception and reaction. Initial confusion and misinformation. When news of the accident first spread across the nation, it was initially and incorrectly reported that Franklin Pierce was among the fatalities. Widespread sympathy. Once the true details emerged, there was widespread public sympathy for the Pierce family's loss. The death of their only surviving child. They keep saying this, so who were his other children, and how did they die? The public was aware that the tragedy significantly affected the presidential inauguration. The inauguration ball was cancelled due to the family's grief. Jane Pierce, still distraught from the event, did not attend the inauguration. Some members of the public, particularly those with strong religious beliefs, viewed the accident as a form of divine intervention or punishment. This perception was shared by Jane Pierce herself, who believed it was punishment from God for her husband's political ambitions. Can you imagine if a first lady said this publicly about her president husband? That household is not healthy. They need help. The public observed that both Franklin and Jane were visibly affected. Pierce was described as being emotionally drained when his presidency began. This perception likely influenced opinions on Pierce's ability to lead effectively. Dude, this whole like anybody but Pierce thing, in my head, I was thinking of it as like anyone but Pierce, but now I'm thinking of it just like, oh god, anyone but Pierce. Anyone but poor fucking Pierce. You know? Like, they probably just wanted to give that guy a break. Give that guy a break. Da, da, da. I need to clear my throat again. I went on a run today in the cold, and I am thus affected. Affected my throat. Alright. A long-term impact on the First Lady. The public was aware that Jane Pierce spent much of her husband's presidency in mourning, rarely appearing in public. The absence of a First Lady was notable to the public. While not explicitly mentioned in the search results, it's likely that the accident raised... This is a weird AI moment. Because, like, AI, like, curates information from search results, so this is, like, a weird thing for AI to say. While not explicitly mentioned in search results, it's likely that the accident raised some public awareness about railroad safety issues, given that it involved the president-elect and resulted in a fatality. Overall, the public relation was characterized by initial shock, followed by sympathy for the Pierce's family's loss. The accident cast a somber tone over the beginning of Pierce's presidency and influenced public perception of both Franklin and Jane Pierce. Yeah, that's fair. Very fair. Very fair. Alright. Was there anything else that I wanted to look up about this election? Oh yeah, I kind of wanted to look into the American Party. I have not heard of the Mechanical Turks. Let me think of how to ask this question. Defining Alright, this is where we will pause, click, to say, Morpheus Prime, thank you so much for your tip. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I would love to give you a tarot reading. Thank you so much. Alright, let's see what the cards have for Morpheus. Morpheus, Morpheus, Morpheus. Morpheus, Morpheus. Alright. Let's see. Our first three cards are the Hermit, the Seven of Wands, click, and the Queen of Swords. Queen of the Swords, Queen of the Swords. Morpheus. This is a quiet but extremely capable leader, I think. Morpheus, this is like, this gives me Saint Benedict vibes. Dalinar Kaladin? No. Saint Benedict, okay? Go back even farther. Morpheus, I don't know how much you know about the story of Saint Benedict, but Saint Benedict was a hermit, and he wanted nothing to do with anyone else. He was a Catholic hermit, and there was a monastery over here, and they were like, we love this guy Benedict who lives in a cave. We're gonna go ask him how to be better monks. And so they went and said, oh, Brother Benedict, please, in all of your wisdom and knowledge, please teach us how to be better monks. And Saint Benedict was like, no, I'm in my cave for a reason, brothers. I do not want to be a teacher. I want to be a hermit. Thank you very much. And they were like, okay, and they went away. And then eventually, the brothers came back and they were like, please, Brother Benedict, please, Brother Benedict, please, Brother Benedict, please teach us how to be better hermits. And Benedict was like, you know what? Maybe God is calling me to sacrifice my love of prayer. Hilarious. This is a common thing in monasteries for nuns and brothers to go through. They're like, maybe God is calling me to sacrifice my prayer life to help my brothers and sisters in more practical ways. I guess I will give it a shot. And so Benedict went to the monastery and was like, all right, if you want to learn from me, you're going to have to buckle the fuck up, because I do not mess around. You're working all day, you're taking a vow of silence, you're not wearing shoes, you're being extremely polite, you're eating very simply, strict vegetarian diet, and a lot of other kind of practical discipline of the monastery. Times and dress and all of these things. And at first the brothers were like, very good, we are disciplined. But it didn't take long for the brothers to be like, we hate this, we miss it when things weren't so hard for us. And then they tried to assassinate Saint Benedict, because they didn't like him anymore, because he was too strict. And there are a couple stories of Saint Benedict, avoiding these assassination attempts with kind of magic, him having a vision of a crow that made him not drink the poison and the thing, and like I can't remember all of the assassination attempts, but he was saved by God from these assassins more than once. And yeah, eventually I guess they just gave up, and he died, and then he became a saint. I can't really remember the end of the story, but I don't think they ever succeeded. I don't think he's a martyr. I think he just died. I could be wrong, though. But anyway, he was a quiet leader, but a strict leader and a good leader. A quiet leader, a strict leader, and a good leader. And that's what this reading is. Taylor, welcome. Thank you for your sub. 6 months. Thank you. DAI.LOSHKR720. Thank you. Kill him. He makes us eat broccolis only. Exactly. And happy birthday, Taylor. I hope you have a good one. Alright, let's get some more cards. We have the Knight of Swords, the Knight of Swords, and the Knight of Wands, and the Seven of Pentacles. Okay, 2 knights here. This makes me think that you're going, I think that these are people who you're leading, Morpheus, and I think that you are going to be tempering the energy of young and excited individuals. again, it's kind of this Benedictine monk vibe where like you are the older and the wiser, but there's these people around you who have a lot of youth and excitement and energy. They're both like really, really passionate, kind of combative, quick to fight, quick to celebrate, not very disciplined, and you are the person who is holding the fort. And they love you. They love you. They kind of put you in charge for a reason, but that doesn't mean they like everything that you're saying, right? There aren't any clear messages here that they don't like you yet. It's more just that the Queen of Swords isn't always like the most charismatic leader. So, they're probably not following you because of your charisma. They're probably following you just because they admire you and they see you as someone who is like victorious in virtue. And so because of that, they listen to what you have to say. But they have a lot more kind of extroverted energy and excitability and maybe a kind of a more youthful energy than you. And I think you're going to teach them very well, and help them like mature and grow into better individuals. Next we have the Ace of Swords, the Three of Swords, and the Page of Wands. There's some kind of revelation here. There's some kind of revelation here for you, Morpheus Prime, that I think is going to be a like heartbreaking revelation. And I think that in the wake of that revelation, you might be kind of at risk of regressing yourself into a less mature version of yourself, okay? You're going to be at risk of losing some of your clear-headedness and good judgment and reserved nature, because there's going to be something that pulls at your heartstrings so much that you might get wrapped up in kind of the wind of it, wrapped up in the wind of a moment. So be on your guard for that. Be on your guard for that. Be on your guard for that. Be on your guard for being caught up in the wind of a moment. Let's get an oracle card as well. Oh, beautiful. What a beautiful card. It is the butterfly and the snowdrop. Hope, 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 hope. Have hope for yourself. Just because you are in charge, I don't think means that your journey is over, Morpheus Prime. There's still a long, fruitful, and transformative future for you, even though you're at the top of your game right now. It doesn't mean it's the ultimate top, You're just at the top so far. But you can keep changing and keep growing and keep learning and keep transforming if you give yourself hope and inspiration and motivation to do that. And likewise, you can have hope for the future of the world in your apprentices, in the people who look up to you. Know that your messages are being communicated to the next generation, to your mentees, and the future is a good one through them. You are teaching them well. You are teaching them well. And there will be low moments, but don't let them pull you away from your mission of truth and hope and wisdom. Okay, Morpheus Prime? Thank you so much for letting me read for you. I hope that resonated. I hope you enjoyed. And thank you. I really appreciate it. Alright. Let's get right back into it, my friends. Let's get right back into it. What were the main defining policies of the American Party, the Republican Party, or the Democratic Party? Don't worry, Destructicon. No more about Franklin Pierce, for now, at least. We're going to focus on the policies, alright? We all love learning about the policies. The American Party, the Know-Nothings. Was this an official thing? were they officially called the Know-Nothings? Or were they just called the Know-Nothings? Just says or the Know-Nothings. I want to look up if they called themselves that. Or if just other people called them that. Kind of based if they called themselves that. Very Descartian. The Descartes political party. The American Party. Anti-immigration stance, particularly against Catholic immigrants. Would love to see it. Classic. Proposed extending the naturalization period to 21 years. That means if you're an immigrant, right, you have to wait 21 years to be a citizen. Am I understanding that right? Am I understanding that right? 21 years? Oh, holy guacamole. Dude, that's half of a lifespan in 1856. Only native-born citizens for government positions. Opposed any union between the church and state. Focused on national unity rather than nativism. Okay. And the Republican Party opposed the expansion of slavery, condemned the Kansas-Nebraska Act, supported congressional sovereignty, advocated for federal assistance, and opposed the Ostend Manifesto. Ostend, which sought to annex Cuba. Interesting, okay. The Democratic Party supported the Kansas-Nebraska Act, endorsed the pro-slavery territorial legislature in Kansas, supported the plan to annex Cuba. You know, I feel like kind of an idiot, but I don't really understand what annex means right now. Right here. I don't really know what annex means. What does that mean? Annex means take over? To add to? Okay. Gotcha. Consume, conquer, okay. Warned that a Republican victory would lead to Southern secession. I feel like that was going to happen anyway. I feel like the Democrats won, and I think the South still left. If I remember, I remember correctly, IIRC advocated for states' rights, of course, as they say. The main issue dividing these parties was slavery, particularly its expansion into new territories. The Democrats supported popular sovereignty, allowing territories to decide on slavery. The Republicans opposed slavery's expansion, while the American Party attempted to sidestep the issue by focus on anti-immigration policies and national unity. Alright. The South left as soon as the first Republican president was elected. Ah, gotcha, interesting. Well, I guess it's time for us to move on to the next election. That was the election of 1856, where, to review, Buchanan, the Democratic pro-slavery dude, was elected in 1856. Let's go on to 1860. Looks like we got some wacky parties here, taking 3 states. The Constitutional Union Party. 1860. This was Abe Lincoln. The United States presidential election of 1860 set the stage for the American Civil War. Yes. Hugo Owl, thank you for your prime. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. H, click, U, shk, G, O, click, underscore, O, click, W, shk, Alisk. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. The nation had been divided through most of the 1850s on questions of states' rights and slavery. In 1860, the issue finally came to a head, fracturing the formerly dominant Democratic Party into Southern and Northern factions and bringing Abraham Lincoln and the Republican Party to power without the support of a single Southern state. Hardly more than a month following Lincoln's victory came declarations of secession by South Carolina and other states, which were rejected as illegal by the then current president James Buchanan and the president-elect Abraham Lincoln. Interesting. I guess that's fair. I need to clear my throat again. I guess seceding from the country would be illegal. It's hard for me to imagine that being a legal action. Guido20, thank you very much for your prime. Thank you very much, Guido, for 20. QW, shk. Let me move a little bit this way. E, click, E, shk. D, click, O, shk. 4, 2, 0. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Click, 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 click. Click, click, click. Oregon. Oregon's a state. How exciting. Oh my god. The Oregon Trail era has been begun. The Oregon Trail. 1860 election facts. Minnesota and Oregon, Minnesota as well, became states. Minnesota became a state and had its own candidate, Stephen A. Douglas. Had a lot of votes. Wait, did Missouri just have an incredibly high population? Am I an idiot right now looking at this? Stephen A. Douglas won 1,000,000 1.3 million popular votes and 12 electoral votes, but the only state they won in was Missouri. Dang. It does kind of go to show you, though, like, if he hadn't run, the Democratic Party would have had a much bigger lead. They still wouldn't have had enough to beat out Abe Lincoln, though. But, yeah, that's wild. Douglas won the popular vote on a fusion slate comprised of 3 of his electors. Okay, wait. Let me read these in order. Original 13 states control fewer than 50% of the total electoral votes for the first time. Okay, that was probably a big deal for them. Lincoln only received about 40% of the popular vote in a divided nation on the brink of civil war. New Jersey. Douglas won the popular vote on a fusion slate comprised of 3 of his electors and 2 each for Breckinridge and Bell. Apparently, the history is a bit murky. This is a hyperlink. Oh god, where are we going? Where are we going? Atlantic City Women's March, Blue Jersey. Okay. This might be too deep for me. I'm gonna be real. This might be too deep. This is just someone. I don't know who this is. Who wrote this? Democratic Party intrigue in 1860. Who wrote this? Tweet? Oh, I'm glad I can tweet this entire article if I want to. Who even wrote this? Uncategorized hopeful? Is that the person? Posts by hopeful? Okay. I also realized that I didn't have the faintest idea how or why this happened. After a little Googling and a lot of time in the 19th century New Times archives, I think I understood now, and I think you might find the story interesting. Abe Lincoln was the nominee for the Republican Party and ended up winning a majority of the 1860 Electoral College despite not even being on the ballot in many southern states. The Democrats had split and supported multiple nominees. The National Convention in Charleston deadlocked and adjourned. The subsequent convention in Baltimore chose Stephen Douglas as the candidate, but only after Southern delegates walked out. They met in Richmond and chose John Breckinridge as their candidate. John Bell ran as an independent constitutional union candidate. Remember that then and now American voters are really choosing actual people to be an elector rather than directly voting for president, right? This is phrased really weirdly. I don't know why she says actual people. As opposed to. Yeah, this might just, I think this is probably just too deep for me to understand. I don't understand enough about how things work to like care. I have bolded the 7 winners. So here's the story as I understand. Please tell me a story. This short version goes over the break. Okay. You might think of New Jersey as a northern state, but many Democrats supported the southern candidate, Breckinridge, and others supported the border state candidate, Bell. Obviously, if they split their vote 3 ways, Lincoln would have won easily. Party bosses hit on the idea of a fusion ticket, in which electors from each camp would be included. In early July, the party bosses recommended a slate of 4 Douglas names and 3 Breckinridge names, but were denounced by Douglas supporters. Many Douglas supporters held their own state convention on the 25th of July. but the official state convention made a deal for 2 Breckinridge, 3 Bell, and 2 Douglas names. This was still not acceptable by many, but sometime in October 1860, the final fusion ticket was reached with 3 Douglas, 2 Breckinridge, and 2 Bell electors. Once those 7 men won, they hoped they'd unite the Electoral College to pick one of 3 over Lincoln, or at least throw the election to the House. That's enough for me. I don't care. Issues of the day. Slavery. That's fair. That's fair. I don't really have any specific questions about this. I'm just gonna ask Perplexity to just to tell me about it. See if we get any questions in our heads. The 1860 United States presidential election was a pivotal moment in American history that set the stage for the Civil War. Here are the key aspects. Abraham Lincoln, Douglas, Breckinridge, and John Bell. And from what I understand, the Constitutional Union Party was basically also a Democratic party. Abe Lincoln won, and the other people didn't. Yep, already had all that. Slavery and its expansion, the Kansas-Nebraska Act on Popular Sovereignty, sectional tensions between the North and South. This was the first time a Republican was elected president. Nice. Lincoln won without carrying a single Southern state. The election results led to the secession of the Southern states. Exceptionally high at 81.8, reflecting the high stakes of the election. Voter turnout. What is voter turnout like right now? Around 65% of eligible voters. Around 65. 81.8 is crazy. The Democratic Party fractured over the slavery issue, the northern and southern factions nominating different candidates. Republican strategy. The Republicans focused on winning northern states, which had more electoral votes. Can y'all hear the rain? It has begun to rain. Several southern states seceded before Lincoln's inauguration. 4 more states seceded after the Battle of Fort Sumter. Dude, the Civil War is so sad and complicated and sad. History is just crazy. It's crazy that, the Confederacy and the Union weren't really formed until, after the fighting started, which, makes sense if you actually think about it. But, we usually don't actually think about it. Or usually just, shit happened and it was bad. That's crazy, though. The 1860 election highlighted the deep divisions within the country. Yeah. True. My eyes are tired tonight. I think it's because I'm so far away from my monitor. Click, 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 click. The Union was formed in the 1780s. Okay, fair. So the Union was already there, but because it was kind of just all the Union, I guess. Alright. Let's go on to the next election. last election? That was 1860. Let's go on to 1864. In the United States presidential election of 1864, Abe Lincoln was re-elected as president, ran under the National Union banner against his former top Civil War general, the Democratic candidate. There's something in my eye. Okay, I think it feels slightly better. We're good. Maybe not. I think it's good. Lincoln ran under the National Union banner against his former top Civil War general, the Democratic candidate George B. McClellan. A very tingly name. McClellan was the peace candidate, but did not personally believe in his party's platform. Awkward. The 1864 election occurred during the Civil War. None of the states loyal to the Confederate States of America participated. That's fair. Interesting. Kentucky, and this is New Jersey, right? That's New Jersey, that little funky one, right? No. What is that? Is that New Jersey? Oh yeah, that's New Jersey. Thank you, Meeser. I get those little ones mixed up sometimes. I'm pretty good on all this, but you know, these guys I get mixed up sometimes. I think, well, I know the little one's Rhode Island. This is New Jersey. This is Maryland. Funky shaped Maryland. And then New Hampshire and Connecticut. Oh wait, no, this is New Hampshire. Shit. Where's Connecticut? Is this one Connecticut? And then... what state am I forgetting about? Wait, this is... okay, wait, that's Maryland, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Denmark, Delaware, dude. Oh god. Delaware. I think this little boxy one is Delaware, and then this funky one's not Connecticut. Or yeah, Connecticut, but I'm not really sure. Dude, I don't know anything about Delaware right now. How is Delaware doing? Anyone in the chat from Delaware? How are you? Let's see. Seven southern states ceded before... oh wait, we already read that. We were on this page. Kansas, Nevada, and West Virginia become states. Very nice. Due to the secession, southern states of Alabama didn't participate. Lincoln died from an assassin's bullet 1865. That was just a year after. So he was replaced by Andrew Johnson. One electoral vote from Nevada was not cast. Issues of the day, the Civil War. Fair. Born in Delaware, but you're not there anymore, are you, Hibbits? You're not there anymore. Last time I thought about Delaware was the Magic Treehouse book about George Washington. Yeah, I didn't even think about it then. I have no idea when the last time I thought about Delaware was. I feel like I remember actually during COVID hearing stories about specifically hospitals in Delaware and Vermont and Rhode Island. I remember hearing about hospitals in that area, or not hospitals, retirement homes, like old people homes, and nurses working at them having a really bad time. Well, that's that election. Honestly, I feel like that one's pretty clear cut too. Nothing crazy, nothing crazy. Civil War was pretty crazy, but not much to say right there about it. The United States election of 1868 was the first election to take place during Reconstruction, right? So what date did the Civil War end? What date did Civil War end? 65. Okay. So, actually, when did it start? 1861, okay. So it was 4 years. We can close that now. So we're pretty far into the Reconstruction, honestly, like 3 years into it, right? 3 years into Reconstruction. 3 years into the Reconstruction period post-Civil War, we have the 1868 presidential election. The United States presidential election of 1868 was the first presidential election to take place during Reconstruction. 3 of the former Confederate states, Texas, Mississippi, and Virginia, were not yet restored to the Union. Damn, rough, and therefore could not vote in the election. I wonder why. We'll ask AI. The incumbent president, Andrew Johnson, was unsuccessful in his attempt to receive the Democratic presidential nomination because he had alienated so many people and had not built up a political base. Instead, the Democrats nominated Horatio Seymour to take on the Republican candidate. Civil War hero General Ulysses S. Grant was one of the most popular men in the North due to his effort in winning the Civil War. Texas was one of the only states that legally left the Union. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Texas is crazy. That's why they're so freaking proud all the time. Texas bragging about legally leaving the Union is like when rich people brag about, like, legally not paying taxes. You know what I mean? It's like, good job. Good job, you suck. It was Virginia, Texas, and Mississippi. Not... Why weren't Virginia, Texas, not restored to the Union, at the same time as other states after the Civil War? Virginia, Texas, and Mississippi were not restored to the Union at the same time as the other states due to several factors. The readmission process? Oh, readmission. Jesus, my brain was reading readmission and not readmission. Readmission process. The process of readmission to the Union was not uniform for all former Confederate states. Each state had to meet certain conditions set by Congress, including ratifying the 14th Amendment, that's the no slavery one, and establishing new state constitutions. Political resistance. These states showed more resistance to Reconstruction policies and were slower to comply with federal requirements. Texas was readmitted to the Union in 1870, so just a little bit after. The delay was partly due to the state's initial refusal to ratify the 13th and 14th Amendment. Texas also had to write a new state constitution and elect a new state government. Virginia was readmitted on January 26, 1870. The delay was partly due to internal political conflicts and debates over the new state constitution. Mississippi was the last of these states to be admitted in February 23, 1870. The state faced challenges in meeting the federal requirements and had significant internal political struggles. The implementation of Reconstruction policies varied across states, affecting the timeline for readmission. Some states were more cooperative with federal authorities, while others, including these three, showed more resistance. These states remained under military occupation for a longer period, which affected the pace of their readmission process. Yeah. Honestly, that tracks. The varying timelines for readmission reflect the complex and often contentious process of Reconstruction, as well as the specific political and social conditions in each state. They didn't accomplish their reading mission. Dude, it feels like I'm in a elementary school again, with like everyone having inter school battles about which students read the most. Hey Sleepy, I'm getting cold. What should I do? I'm only wearing a shirt. Is there some sort of item people can purchase that improves warmth, possibly with cool designs? Yeah, there's Always Slightly Sleepy merch that has Always Slightly Sleepy on it. And there's a shirt that you can get that looks like the Girl with No Boundaries videos. And there's also a hoodie that you can get. It's very warm and soft, and it comes in black if you want to be like super macho and like dark vibes and like streetwear. And it also comes in pink, and it has stars on it, and it's very cute. And then there's also a hat that you can get. You can't see it very well, but it's right there, and it says ASMR is not political on it. I'm kind of interested in this military occupation. The military occupation of the southern states post-Civil War. I kind of want to know what that was like, or like what that constituted of. The military occupation of the South during the Reconstruction era was a complex and evolving process. The Military Reconstruction Act of 1867 divided the Confederacy into 5 military districts, each led by a Union general. Tennessee was exempt, nice, as it was already readmitted. The occupation was from 1865 to 1877, though its intensity decreased over time. Initial troop numbers. At the start of the occupation in 1865, 20,000 troops were deployed throughout the South. The Union Army was demobilized quickly after the war. By 1866, there were only about 10 to 15,000 soldiers left in the South, with many stationed in Texas to fight the Native Americans. Yikes. Powers of military commanders. District commanders had significant authority, including the power to nullify state laws, appoint or remove state officials, and oversee the creation of new state constitutions. Troops protected polling sites, enforced federal laws, and attempted to maintain order. The occupation faced numerous obstacles, including resistance from local populations, lack of resources, shifting political policies, and violence. Yeah. Economic and social roles. The army helped restore agriculture-mediated labor disputes between former slaves and landowners and assisted in rebuilding infrastructure. Gradual reduction. As states met federal requirements for readmission, troop numbers dwindled further. Myth versus reality. Despite the term military occupation, by the mid-1870s there were very few troops left in most southern states. Many historians argue that it was not a true military occupation in a modern sense. End of the occupation. The occupation officially ended in 1877 as part of a political compromise that led to the election of President Rutherford B. Hayes. Overall, while the military occupation was significant in the early years of Reconstruction, its impact and presence diminished over time, and its effectiveness in achieving long-term social and political change in the South was limited. That's fair. That's fair. Alright. My friends, it is 6:17. So I am going to go on a little break. and then I will be back in 5 minutes to discuss the next presidential election of 1872. Look at this chaos. You can't wait to get into it, can't you? Aren't you so excited? Aren't you so excited to get into all of that chaos? I will be back in 5 minutes for more. Hello, my friends. I am back, back, back. Back, back, back. Backity back. Backity back, back. Shaka. Click, 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 click. Ah, hello. What a refreshing break. Truly. Alright. Let's continue on to the 1872 presidential election. In the United States presidential election of 1872, incumbent President Ulysses S. Grant, leader of the Radical Republican. Why are they called that? Was easily elected to a second term in office with Senator Henry Wilson of Massachusetts as his running mate, despite a split within the Republican Party that resulted in a defection of many liberal Republicans to opponent Horace Greeley. The other major political party, the Democratic Party, also nominated the candidates of the liberal Republican ticket that year. Interesting, so the Democratic Party nominated Republicans. In 1872, after the popular vote but before the Electoral College cast its votes, Greeley died. As a result, electors previously committed to Greeley voted for 4 different candidates for president and 8 different candidates for vice president. Greeley himself received 3 posthumous? I don't know how it's said out loud. I know what it means. I don't know how to say it out loud. Posthumous? Posthumous? I think it's posthumous. Posthumous? Electoral votes. Pasta? Yum. But these votes were disallowed for Congress. It is so far the only election in which a presidential candidate died during the electoral process. That's crazy. That is crazy. Posthumous. The entire electoral vote of Louisiana and Arkansas was rejected. That's interesting. Both states had voted for Grant. I guess it doesn't matter, but still, that's interesting. It said that part of what the occupation was doing was protecting polling stations. So I'm wondering if, like, maybe the Union was like, we did not protect these polling stations well enough, don't count the votes or something like that. You know what I mean? Horace Greeley died after the election, but before vote of electors. The electoral votes from Georgia that were cast for the deceased Greeley were rejected by Congress. Issues of the day: corruption in federal government. Interesting. Okay, so 1872, why were Louisiana and Arkansas votes not included? Oh my gosh. There we go. Apparently the occupation was still mostly going, or it had dwindled mostly, but it was still going on a little bit all the way until 77. In some capacity. Based on the search results provided, the electoral votes from Louisiana and Arkansas were not counted in the 1872 presidential election for the following reasons. There's something. My eye. It doth irritate. Turbulent conditions of Reconstruction. Both states were still undergoing the Reconstruction process. Irregularities and allegations of electoral fraud. There were concerns about the validity and fairness of the voting process in these states. I'm just gonna mess with my eye. Everyone ignore the screen, okay? Just listen. Shh, just listen. Due to these issues, Congress made the decision to reject the electoral votes from both Louisiana and Arkansas. Both states voted for Grant. It's worth noting that both Louisiana and Arkansas had actually voted for the Republican candidate who won the election anyway. Part of the larger pattern, this rejection of electoral votes was part of a complex and often contentious process of reintegrating former Confederate states into the Union during Reconstruction. This situation was unique to the 1872 election and reflected the ongoing challenges. There's no real answer here, is honestly how I feel. No real answer. I'm not being given a reason. It also demonstrates the federal government's willingness to intervene in state election process during this time to address concerns about electoral integrity. Here we go. What specific irregularities? Oh, gosh. I'm sorry. Arkansas. The votes were rejected due to various irregularities, including allegations of electoral fraud. Congress determined there were enough issues with the voting process to invalidate the state's electoral votes. Again, just irregularities. The search results don't provide specific details on the irregularities in Louisiana, but mention that there were concerns about the validity of the voting process. The rejections occurred during the joint session of Congress for counting electoral votes. These rejections were part of a broader pattern of electoral disputes and challenges during Reconstruction. The Electoral Commission Act had not yet been established, so Congress made these decisions directly. It's worth noting that both Arkansas and Louisiana had voted for Grant. The rejection of their electoral votes did not change the outcome. Interesting. This is interesting to me. Corruption in federal government. This is, 1872? 1872? I already forgot. 1872, right? 1872. Corruption in the federal government was a major concern for several reasons. Grant's administration scandals. President Grant's first term was marred by numerous corruption scandals, leading to the coining of the term Grantism to describe nepotism, the spoils system, and corruption in high office. I wonder what the spoils system is. But yeah, I think there are reasons today to be concerned about all these things. Grant was accused of appointing many friends and relatives to his office, with one senator claiming his country was suffering from a dropsical nepotism swollen to elephantiasis. Good. To the victor goes the spoils? I guess so. As a non-American, this many details feels like too much. The way I see it is the people in the USA were divided over the issue of slavery, it led to the Civil War, and then slavery stopped. Is that oversimplified? Yeah, that is oversimplified, I would say. But as a non-American, I mean, it's probably adequate. It's adequate. But, like, as an American, I mean, that story is the story we learn in first grade, right? And we can't really act on that story. There's not enough information there for us to have a good and nuanced conception of American history, which is important. It's important to have. Yeah. Incompetent, uncorrupt appointees. Some of Grant's appointees to his cabinet and other federal government positions were seen as incompetent. Even within the Republican Party, there was a growing dissatisfaction with Grant's administration. Senator James Grimes of Iowa stated, "Like all parties that have undisturbed power for a long time, it has become corrupt. And I believe that it is today the most corrupt and debauched political party that has ever existed." That's a pretty good quote. I think this can be applied to both of our parties right now. I think this can definitely be applied to both of the American political parties at this time. Like all parties that have undisturbed power for a long time, it has become corrupt. And I believe that it is today the most corrupt and but debauched political party that has ever existed. Yeah. Formal liberal Republicans, or the formation of the liberal Republicans. By 1870, some of the Republican Party's most distinguished members had become disaffected with Grant's administration and formed the Liberal Republican Party, demanding thorough reforms of the civil service. Campaign rhetoric. During the campaign, Grant was attacked as a crook, drunkard, ignoramus, dictator, swindler, and utterly depraved horse jockey. Dang, I didn't know Grant had so much hate on him. I'm gonna be real. Crook, drunkard, ignoramus, dictator, swindler, and utterly depraved horse jockey. A lack of public knowledge. Interestingly, while corruption was a major concern, many of Grant's corruption scandals were still not public knowledge at the time of the election. That's fair. Interesting. Calling my haters depraved horse jockeys from now on. Very good. Very good. Interesting. While corruption was a major concern, the issue of corruption in the federal government was so significant that it led to a split within the Republican Party and the formation of the Lincoln Freudian slipped right there, Liberal Republican Party, which nominated Horace Greeley as its candidate. Yeah, dude, I feel like this is going to happen in today's Republican Party. I feel like the Republican Party, there's a lot of Republicans who feel very disaffected by those in power. However, despite these concerns, Grant was still able to win re-election, partly due to the economy being in good shape and his opponent's weaknesses as a candidate. Summit, thank you so much for your bits. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Corruption in the federal government was a major did I just scroll wrong? Yeah, okay, I did. Here we go. Here are the major corruption scandals associated with Ulysses S. Grant. The Black Friday gold scandal. 2 speculators attempted to corner the gold market with Grant's unwitting assistance, causing financial ruin for many investors. He had a boogie moment. Very awkward, very awkward. Hello, Anime Birder, welcome in. Glad to have you. Did he tattoo Liar on him too? Dude, I hope he did. I hope he had the guts to be as brave as Boogie. Department of the Interior corruption. There were widespread allegations of corruption in the department. Alright, short and sweet. Sanborn incident. A scandal involving private tax collection contracts. Whiskey ring. A major. So all of these seem like money stuff. They're not like personal scandals except for the nepotism thing. Treasury Department stuff, major tax evasion scheme involving whiskey distillers and government officials, including Grant's close friend and his personal aide. Grant's Secretary of War, William Bellcap, was accused of taking bribes related to Indian trading post appointments. Grant was accused of appointing many friends and relatives. While not directly a Grant administration scandal, it was exposed during his tenure. Credit Mobilier? It's important to note that there's no evidence Grant was personally involved or profited from these scandals. His main fault was his naivety and misplaced loyalty to corrupt associates. That is interesting. That is interesting. It's important to note that there's no evidence Grant was personally involved or profited from any of these scandals. His main fault was his naivety and misplaced loyalty. Grantism was coined to describe political incompetence, corruption, and fraud associated with Grant's administration. I want to use Grantism more. I want to use Grantism. Quiet Creative. Oh my god. Welcome in. So glad to have you. I love your content. Your house is so soft. Or your voice is so soft and soothing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Glad to have you. How did Grant's cabinet reshuffling impact public trust? What were the main reforms implemented by Grant's appointees? How did Grant's veto of the inflation bill? This is too money for me. I'm just reading. People did not like Grant. People accused him of corruption. People did not trust him. He was too naive. You're literally so cute. I think you're a great, big fan. I'll keep you on live while I watch my movie. Oh my gosh. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am very flattered. A political outsider being taken advantage of by a big political swamp makes sense, I guess. Yeah, I agree, Taylor. For normal people, I don't mind, and I'm actually pro usually assuming ignorance rather than bad intent, assuming naivety, right, rather than a corrupt individual. But for a president, I when someone's in so much power, it's hard for me to believe that they're just naive. It's hard. I'm much less likely to grant them that grace. But I mean, it's hard to know. This was a dude in 1872. I obviously can't judge his character from here, so I can't say either way, but yeah. Sorry. If they're a politician, yeah, but Grant basically won a popularity contest, yeah. Even if they are naive, if someone is in a position of power, they have a responsibility to be intimately aware with everything. Yeah, I would agree. Just stumbled into the role. It's so hard for me to believe that you can just stumble into being president. Like George Washington, maybe. Maybe that man stumbled into the presidency. because he was a really good war general, right? But after that, it's so hard for me to believe you just, like, whoopsie daisy, I'm just so popular, I'll just accidentally become president over here. Click, click, click. George Washington is an interesting character. He was also very tall. I was looking at all of the president's heights the other day. I think George Washington was like 6'2" or something. I'm gonna clear my throat again. Okay. 1876. 1876. I think he thought loyalty would be enough. He was a military man and maybe didn't fully realize he had to play a stupid game. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. The United States presidential election of 1876 was one of the most disputed presidential elections. Y'all, look at this. Look at this. One electoral vote. One. I am surprised this did not start another civil war. Oh my gosh. Tilden of New York outpolled Ohio's Rutherford B. Hayes in the popular vote. Yep, by about 300,000 votes. And had 184 votes to Hayes' 165, with 20 votes uncounted. These 20 electoral votes in dispute were in 3 states, Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina. That makes it even crazier. Each party reported its candidate had won the state, while in Oregon, one elector was declared illegal as an elected or appointed official and replaced. The 20 disputed electoral votes were ultimately awarded to Hayes. This is crazy. Like, Tilden basically won because 20 of these electoral votes weren't counted. But then after a while, they decided to count them and just award them to Hayes. Even though if each party had declared its candidate had won, they probably weren't all 20 actually for him. If it was, right? If it was like unanimous? But here it says there's only 4. Am I an idiot? Oh. I just, like, deleted my whole thing. Where'd it go? Okay, I put it back. It's okay. I'm proud of my state. We got to fill out paper ballots before feeding them into a computer. Nice look, Yari. Yeah, super sus. It says there's only 4 votes here for Florida. Like, so I'm confused. Many historians believe that an informal deal was struck to resolve the dispute, the Compromise of 1877. Okay, we're going to look into this. In return for the Democrats' acquiescence to the Hayes election, the Republicans agreed to withdraw federal troops from the South, ending the Reconstruction. Okay. Interesting. The compromise effectively ceded power in the southern states to Democratic redeemers. Democratic redeemers is an interesting term. Colorado became a state, one of the most controversial elections ever, one of only 5 elections where the popular vote was defeated. Corruption and the financial panic of 1873. Alright, let's look into, let's say, why were the 20 electoral votes awarded to Hayes? It's 1876, right? Yeah, okay. There were 20 electoral votes. Oh, they were in 4 states. Okay, so it was Florida's 4, Louisiana's 8, South Carolina's 7, and Oregon's 1. These were the 20 electoral votes in dispute. Hello, Nolan. Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you. Alright. Electoral Commission. Congress created a special electoral commission to resolve the disputed votes as the election was extremely close. The Electoral Commission ultimately resolved the disputed electoral votes in favor of Hayes. Many historians believe an informal deal known as the Compromise of 1877 was struck. So, this sounds like a good compromise to me, but it also sounds so sketchy. In exchange for Democrats accepting Hayes as president, Republicans agreed to withdraw federal troops from the South. Yeah, exactly, Ganghound. I'm glad that the Reconstruction ended, right? And I'm glad that the Republicans withdrew federal troops from this. That sounds like a good thing. Glad it happened. But, it seems so sketchy. The decision came after a bitter legal and political battle over disputed votes. Removing federal troops let the South backslide. Okay, Atreides. Interesting ramification. With the withdrawal of the Northern troops to end to Reconstruction, a lot of the progress on racial equality was lost, resulted in the formation of the KKK. I see. Yeah, not a good thing. Yikes. Yeah, Reconstruction needed to keep going. Gotcha. This remains one of the most controversial elections in American history, as Tilden won the popular vote and initially appeared to have more electoral votes. The Electoral Commission's decision was ultimately accepted by Congress. Okay, let's say, what were the short-term and long-term, let's say effects of the Compromise of 1877? The Compromise of 1877 had significant short and long-term effects on American politics and society, particularly in the South. The resolution of the election, the end of Reconstruction, the Democratic control of the South. Southern Democrats regained control of state governments across the South. Appointment of a Southern Democrat to the cabinet. David M. Key of Tennessee was appointed as Postmaster General. Initial promise of civil rights. Southern Democrats initially pledged to uphold the civil and political rights of African Americans, though this promise was short-lived. Long-term effects. Disenfranchisement of African Americans. Without federal oversights, Southern states began passing laws that stripped African Americans of voting rights and other civil liberties. The Jim Crow era, the Compromise paved the way for the implementation of the Jim Crow laws, establishing racial segregation and discrimination across the South. Solid South. The Democratic Party's dominance in the South was cemented, leading to the concept of the Solid South in American politics for nearly a century. Shift in the Republican Party focus. The Republican Party largely abandoned its commitment to civil rights for African Americans, focusing instead on economic issues and industrialization. Dude, so this was the shift when both the Republicans and the Democrats completely stopped fighting for civil rights, is what I'm hearing. There was no one. there was no one fighting for civil rights. That is rough. That is bad. Economic development of the South. The compromise included promises of economic aid and infrastructure development for the South. Though the extent of this development is debated. The end of the Reconstruction and the subsequent Jim Crow era contributed to long-lasting racial inequalities in education, wealth, and social status. I'd wager the guys fighting against the slavery side were more for civil rights, generally speaking. They were more for civil rights, but they abandoned their commitment to civil rights, is what is being said here, focusing instead on economic issues and industrialization. Changes in federal-state relations. The compromise reinforced the concept of home rule in the South, limiting federal intervention in state affairs for decades. Impact on the civil rights movements. The effect of the compromise created conditions that would eventually lead to the civil rights movement. Yeah. Oh, this is an interesting question. What were the immediate reactions of African Americans to the Compromise of 1877? Based on the information provided in the search results, the immediate reactions of African Americans to the Compromise of 1877 were largely negative, as to be expected. Feelings of betrayal. Black Republicans felt betrayed as they lost political legitimacy and protection in the South. Loss of political power. With the withdrawal of federal troops, many white Republicans also left the South, leaving African Americans without political allies and representation. Vulnerability to violence and oppression. The removal of federal troops left the African Americans vulnerable to increased violence, attacks, and terrorism from white mobs and individuals who faced little to no accountability for their actions. Disenfranchisement. The compromise paved the way for Southern Democrats to systemically disenfranchise black voters through means like poll taxes, literacy tests, and intimidation. Disappointment in Republican abandonment. African Americans likely felt disappointed that the Republican Party had effectively abandoned its active support for their civil rights. Fear of losing civil rights gains. There was likely fear and concern about losing a civil rights gains made during Reconstruction, as the compromise allowed Southern Democrats to regain control of state governments. African Americans would have quickly realized that Southern Democrats did not uphold their pledge to recognize the civil and political equality of blacks as promised in the compromise. Lament over lost opportunities. As expressed by Henry Adams, a black Louisianian, there was a sense of despair that the South had fallen back into the hands of those who had previously enslaved them. Man, I have an intuition that this man spoke gold, alright? I bet he has some good quotes. I have an intuition that this man knew how to speak in a way that would tug at my heartstrings. Gosh. While the search results don't provide many direct quotes or specific reactions from African Americans at the time, the overall sentiment appears to have been one of disappointment, fear, and recognition that their rights and safety were being compromised. Henry Adams, let's see. Henry Adams quotes. I feel like there might be more than one Henry Adams as well, so let's cross our fingers. Yeah, I think this is the right one. Chaos often breeds life when order breeds habit. That's pretty good. Chaos often breeds life when order breeds habit. A teacher affects eternity. He can never tell where his influence stops. Chaos was the law of nature. Order was the dream of man. Dude, that's pretty good too. That's pretty good too. No man means all he says, and yet very few say all they mean, for words are slippery and thought is vicious. No man means all he says, yet very few say all they mean, for words are slippery and thought is vicious. Friends are born, not made. This is interesting. I wonder what he means by this. Like, everyone is your friend? Everyone's a friend you haven't met yet? Or something? Oh, viscous. Viscous. Thank you. Thank you, Neemsotil. Yeah, viscous. Thought is viscous. Dude, my thoughts are vicious. I think I read that the way I related to it. My thoughts are much more vicious than they are viscous, personally. Okay. A parent gives life, but as a parent gives no more. A murderer takes life, but his deed stops there. A teacher affects eternity. He can never tell where his influence stops. Yeah, it's the same as this one. Unity is vision that must have been part of the process of learning to see. My thoughts are couscous, yeah. The chief wonder of education is that it does not ruin everybody concerned in it, teachers and taught. A friend in power is a friend lost. Oh, God. He's been hurt. This man's been hurt. A friend in power is a friend lost. Nothing in education is so astonishing as the amount of ignorance it accumulates in the form of inert facts. Ooh, that's good too. This reminds me of, consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. Consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. Nothing in education is so astonishing as the amount of ignorance it accumulates in the form of inert facts. Good men do the most harm. Road to hell is paved in good intentions. The study of history is useful to the historian by teaching him his ignorance of women. Based. Yeah, dude, nothing will actually turn you into more of a feminist than just, like, studying history. Like, you don't need to take gender studies. I mean, like, do it if you want, but, like, you don't need to. Just take a history class. Just take a couple history classes. Especially, like, older history. The older you go, truly, I mean, I guess it kind of depends on where you are, but a lot of times, like there was a point in history where classism became much more possible because of money and education, and that was when, like, the major women erasure kind of started to happen. But there was a time before that when there wasn't as much of, generally speaking, again, every country is kind of different, or every area is kind of different, but in a lot of really ancient history, there's just not as much of a division between the genders, because even though there are, like, innate factors about the genders that existed then as much as they did in, you know, the 1850s or the 1750s, at that time there wasn't as much of a classism related to the genders. And so, yeah, I don't know. Women are very highly represented in the old history. And then it's like they're fairly represented in a lot of the middle history. By fairly, I just meant a little, not like justice. I would say they are not as represented as they should be in a lot of more recent history. The study of history is useful to the historian. Yeah, okay. Politics as a practice, whatever its professions, has always been the systematic organization of hatreds. Ooh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Politics has always been the systematic organization of hatreds. Let's see if I just say more. Sometimes I try this with AI. It doesn't always understand what I mean. No, that's not what I wanted. It's just telling me more about the 1877 election. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Perplexity. Oh, sorry for that. Sorry for that. Alright. Do we feel satisfied on the 1877 election? This was the most contested in history. Kind of sketchy. Rutherford B. Hayes. Win. Ended Reconstruction probably too early. Brought my cat onto my lap. Shuka, shuka. Oh, yeah, I wanted to look at what's the financial panic of 1873. Purr, cat, purr. Give the denizens of this stream the gift of your purr, the gift of your purr. The financial panic of 1873 was a severe economic crisis that triggered a depression in Europe and North America lasting from 73 to 77. Dude, we have always been in financial crisis, okay? If, like, there's like war, and there's like famine, and there's like financial crisis, and we're always going through one of them. or more than one. I feel like if we're not going through any of them, just you wait. Alright, the rapid expansion of the American securities market, especially in railroads, overextension of credit for railroad construction, demonetization of silver? Dude, that's crazy. In Germany and the US. Dude, who decides that? I mean, I guess the government. The government's just like, by the way, silver is demonetized. That's rough. That's rough. Economic ripples from the Franco-Prussian War. I think this caused a lot of waves of immigration. Yeah, this caused a lot of German immigration, at least. I mean, I think probably European immigration. This caused a lot of European immigration to the US. The Prussian War. A lot of German, Dutch, Polish. I don't know if it was a significant French immigration time, but I know I know for sure a lot of German, Dutch, Polish people. Dang, you're so educated. I'm not that educated. This is just like my family history. I just know that because I've looked into like a little bit of my family history. It's because you can't put ads on silver, so they don't make money from silver that's less than 10 minutes after the apocalypse. Yeah, I guess so. The failure of J. Cook and Company, a major banking firm heavily invested in railroad construction. The New York Stock Exchange closed for 10 days. Widespread bank runs and failures. 89 of 364 railroad companies went bankrupt. Dude, that is so bad. Like, the market bros, crypto bros, they freak out anytime like a horse dies in Indonesia. You know what I mean? They're like, it's all over. And like a horse dies in Indonesia and Bitcoin will actually, like, for some reason, like, have a mini crash. It's crazy. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if the New York Stock Exchange closed for 10 days? Bank runs and failures, if a little bit less than a third of an industry went completely bankrupt? That is insane. That is insane. They would not last. Well, that's the crypto horse of Indonesia, so I understand the freak out. I guess so, Destructicon. I guess so. Click, click, click. Economic impact. A depression known as the Long Depression in some countries. In the US, it was called the Great Depression until the 1930s. You know, I didn't know that. I thought the Great Depression was the Great Depression. I feel so stupid now. I didn't know there was a Great Depression before the Great Depression. There was a Great Depression before the Great Depression. Did y'all know that? I did not know that. I'm learning so much. The Great Depression. Let's see. They should have called it the Great Depression and Greater Depression. They should have called it Depression 1 and Depression 2. For real. My cat is rubbing her face all over the arm holding up the mic, so in case y'all are hearing crazy noises, that would be why. Alright. 18,000 businesses failed. This doesn't help me too much because I don't know like how many businesses there were, but that does sound shitty. Unemployment peaked at 8.25%. Some sources cite 14%. During the Great Depression, the later one, wasn't it like 20? Wasn't it 20%? I think it was 20%. Let's see if it knows which Great Depression we're talking about. 25%. Oh, insane. Insane. Dude, we have it so much better now. We have it so much better. We have it so very okay. We have it so very okay. We have it so very okay. So very okay. Click, click. I wonder how much of that is due to the Dust Bowl. I'm sure a good portion of it. It weakened Britain's economic leadership. Interesting that they call it Britain. I feel like Britain is like a casual term, but maybe in 1873 it was called Britain and not the UK. Contributed to the rise of racist organizations. Led to labor unrest. Yeah. If I was a alien and I saw the term labor unrest, I would be so confused. Cause like, as a non-alien, I know that labor unrest means people who work hard are like unrested. But if I just saw labor unrest, I would be like, work, not work? Unrest? What? What are you talking about? Thank Queeners. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the channel. I very much appreciate it. Unrest means protest. It doesn't always mean protest, but it means agitation. Dissatisfaction. Like the entire class is dissatisfied. It might lead to protests. D, shk, A, click, N, shk, K, click, click, W, shk, I, dot, E, N, shk, E, R, shk, Z. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What is unemployment right now? Like 2% is what I'm thinking, Destructicon. That's like what it is in my head. 4-ish. 4-ish is pretty bad. But it's not 25. It's not 25. Can y'all hear the rain? It's drizzling, drizzling. Drizzling, drizzling, drizzling. Drizzling, drizzling, drizzling. Alright. It's very interesting. Louisiana and Florida and South Carolina voted Republican. Oh, those were the disputed states. So they might not have, right? This is where these states probably voted for Tilden. But ooh. But then they did the whole compromise of 1877 to say, if you promise to let us be very mean to the free people of color, the non-enslaved population, then we'll pretend like we voted for the Republican. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Alright. That was 1876. Let's go to 1880. This is a clean looking election. The strong South looks like it is unified here, including California and Nevada. I wonder how many elections California voted the same as Texas in U.S. history. How many times does the California-Texas vote the same in U.S. history? Different. Oh! Spoiler. In 1980 to 1988, this was Reagan, right? This is the Reagan era? 1972? Let me use my brain. Was that Kennedy? Was that right after Kennedy? Was this like right after the Kennedy assassination? Was this right after the Kennedy assassination? Nixon? No. Richard Nixon. How the hell did he do that? This guy must have been really bad. We're gonna look into this guy and why He was so bad. Okay, spoilers. Kennedy was killed in 63. Dude. Oh. Oh, yeah, Kennedy was a Democrat. I forgot that. This one was also pretty across the board, and it was because of Kennedy, or not because, but in a large part probably influenced by everyone was pretty sad about Kennedy, so they were like, yeah, bro, just take it. Yeah, bro, just take it. Okay, let's get back on track. Where were we? Here, 1880. 1880. The United States presidential election of 1880 was largely seen as a referendum on the Republicans' relaxation of Reconstruction. There were no pressing issues of the day save tariffs, with the Republicans supporting higher tariffs and the Democrats supporting lower ones. That's, I feel like, exactly where we are in this exact moment right now. Incumbent President Rutherford Hayes did not seek re-election, keeping a promise made during the 1876 campaign. The Republican Party eventually chose another Ohioan, James A. Garfield, as their standard bearer. The Democratic Party, meanwhile, chose Civil War General Winfield S. Hancock as their nominee. Despite capturing fewer than 200 more votes than Hancock, Garfield was easily elected, capturing 214 of the state's 369 electoral votes. It's to date the smallest popular vote victory in American history. Yeah, that's pretty small. That's pretty small. Vice presidential succession. Garfield died from an assassin's bullet on September 19, 1881. Replaced by Chester Arthur. Extremely close popular vote between candidates of the two major parties. Voters chose electors directly, with 5 pledged to Hancock and 1 to Garfield. Issues of the day: tariffs, implications of the end of Reconstruction. I wonder, like, they're talking about tariffs, but I wonder, like, tariffs on what? Tariffs from where? Tariffs, what tariffs? So we're gonna look at that. Oh, my cat just failed to jump on my lap. Yeah, you know, that looks pretty bad. To, like, for the South to, like, have lost the Civil War and then try to put a Civil War general as their nominee. I feel like that looks pretty bad. Like, what was he, I wonder what his platform was. Awkward moment when you realize who pays for tariffs. True. Let's see. What were 1880? What were the proposed tariffs? Tariffs? 2 Fs? No, 1 F. Tariffs. It's underlined either way. 1 R. Jesus Christ. Tariffs. What were the proposed tariffs in the 1880 election? The tariff was single tariff was a significant issue in the 1880 presidential election, with 2 major parties taking opposing stances. The Republican Party supported high protective tariffs, argued that high tariffs protected American industries and jobs from foreign competition, exactly what they're saying now. Claimed tariffs would mean high wages for American workers, exactly what they're saying now. Democratic Party position favored lower tariffs, argued that lower tariffs would reduce prices and lower the cost of living for average Americans. Claimed high tariffs mainly benefited big businesses at the expense of the consumers. Yeah, I could see that being the truth. Specific proposals. The research results don't provide exact tariff rates. The debate was more about the general principle of high versus low tariffs, as it is today. Shifted campaign focus from bloody shirt rhetoric to tariff issues. Sorry, excuse me? You can't just throw phrases like that around. What is bloody shirt rhetoric? Political tactic used primarily in the United States during the Reconstruction era following the Civil War. Waving the bloody shirt was a phrase used to describe emotional appeals by politicians, particularly Republicans, who invoked the sacrifices of Civil War soldiers to gain political support. We need to bring that back. I'm just saying, whenever our politicians are like trying to distract us by telling sad stories, we need to be like, stop with this bloody shirt rhetoric, okay? The phrase originated from a fictitious incident involving Congressman Benjamin Butler supposedly waving a bloody shirt on the House floor while condemning the Ku Klux Klan. That's like some PETA tactics right there. PETA tactics. Politics used to be much edgier. Yeah, true. Stir up partisan animosity, keep alive the memories and hatreds of the Civil War, attack political opponents, especially Southern Democrats. Primarily employed by Northern Republicans. The tactic was particularly effective in the 1870s, but began to lose potency. Southern white supremacist groups like the Red Shirts adopted red clothing to mock this rhetoric. Ew. The term is still used more broadly to describe any attempt to stir up outrage. Gotcha. Interesting. Candidate Winfield Scott Hancock attempted to downplay the tariff. Famously stated that the tariff is a local issue which Republicans use to ridicule him. I would ridicule someone too if they said that, to be fair. That's a, what was that guy's name the surgeon, who was the surgeon running for president who pronounced Hamas like hummus? That was pretty funny. But very bad. I love those moments, though. I love it when politicians say stuff that's really stupid. I want to say his name was Ben something, but maybe I'm reading too many American names. All of them, it could have been Daniel or John, I don't remember. But yeah, I think this was a long time ago. I think this was like 2016. This might have been Ben Carson? I might mean Ben Carson. It was Ben Carson? Yeah, that was really good. I don't even remember if he was running as a Republican or a Democrat. I don't even remember. I mean, I think he was running Democrat, right? It was Republican? Was it before 2016? Was it 2012? Was it 2012? I don't even remember. But it was a funny moment. He also said pyramids were used to store grain. Gotcha. Gotcha. I mean, who knows? Who knows what they were putting down there? Republican James A. Garfield won the election, partly due to his party's stance on tariffs. After the election, tariffs remained high and even increased under subsequent Republican administrations. Is that why the pyramids are active right now? Yeah, maybe the wheat is finally just growing. What was the... Oh my gosh. I'm trying to think. Rice. Rice would have been the main grain of the Egyptians, right? Was rice the main grain? In my head, I have like images of like the pharaoh rationing grains for the people, and like the Nile River flooding the grain fields. But in my head, there's no grain. I just have grain, but I don't have like the specific grain. Is it rice? Was rice the main grain of the Egyptians? It was like a wheat? Was it like sorghum or something? Sorry, Perplexity AI. We're going a little bit out of the correct zone here. What was the main grain of the pyramid era Egyptians? Y'all, Ben Carson is coming up in these search results. Are they listening? What? Why is Ben Carson right now coming up in these search results? I mean, I guess he said stuff about it, so whatever, maybe. That's weird. That's weird though, right? That's weird. The main grains cultivated and consumed by ancient Egyptians during the Old Kingdom were emmer wheat, barley, inkhorn wheat, and bread wheat. So different types of wheat and barley. The pyramid is active and listening. Emmer wheat and barley were by far the most significant. Was the Old Kingdom... We're going off topic, my friends, I'm sorry. Was the Old Kingdom period theoretically the period of Hebrew enslavement? I think it might have been after. I think the Hebrew enslavement might have been after the Old Kingdom, but I'm not sure. Was likely not the period of Hebrew enslavement. Okay, the Old Kingdom period is much earlier. Alright, yeah. No concept of the Jews yet. During the Old Kingdom, there was no concept of Jews or Hebrews as a distinct ethnic group. The search result mentions that when the pyramids were built, there were no Jews. Something about that sounds funny to me. The pyramid built during the Old Kingdom was not constructed by Hebrew slaves. They were built by paid specialists and Egyptian laborers. The biblical narrative places the Hebrew presence in Egypt much later, likely during the New Kingdom period. Gotcha. Alright. Is AI reliable for history? You know, it's definitely not perfect, and like if I were really researching, I would say it's as reliable. It's within the same realm of reliability as Wikipedia. I would say. Like if I were its information is usually very good level 1 surface level answers. It's also like a good way to get kind of the public conception of ideas, right? But if I really wanted to go deep into these topics, if I were trying to actually be an educator on these topics, if I were writing papers or something like that, I would not just be using AI. But to do kind of level 1 research, level 1 inquiries about history, I think it's very satisfactory, more than satisfactory, because of its efficiency. It's very quick and easy to use, which like really goes a long way when you're asking kind of questions that aren't easy to Google. That one's pretty easily to Google, but like some of these might have been, it might have just taken me a long time to figure it out without AI. Nick Krillin, hello. Thank you for your sub. Thank you for your sub. Thank you so much, Nick Krillin. And I dot CK K I dot double L I dot N. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But you are educating today. I'm not educating from a point of it, or from a place of authority. And if I educate, it's a side effect of me learning myself, right? Like, I am learning all of this. And I think it's pretty apparent that I'm learning all of this. Like, I don't like have this hidden, right? I'm not like pretending like I'm not reading something, right? Like, I am being educated with y'all, and because of the framework of me being like a content creator, an alternate and accurate framework would be that, like, yeah, I am the kind of vessel of teaching, right? But it's not because I actually have any authority. It's just because, like, y'all are watching me educate myself, which is very different from me, like, acting as if I'm an authoritative figure, because I'm definitely not. And my wish is not to inspire anyone who comes on this stream to feel like they like, oh, now I know things. I want to encourage people to be curious and continue going down these rabbit holes of their own accord. I also want to encourage people to relax and go to sleep. And I want people to have a casual relationship with history. I think that is good, to have a relationship with history of like, oh, I can just find stuff. I can just figure it out, you know what I mean? I think that's like kind of cool. So, yeah, if anything, I don't want to be here like a teacher. I just want to like have fun with y'all. Your own exploration, exactly, NASA. I haven't been here in a bit. How often do you stream nowadays? I stream usually around 3 times a week. I always stream on Wednesdays from 4 to 8, and the other times are kind of flexy, but I will usually announce when I stream on my Discord. If it's not on Wednesday, I will announce when I will stream. Yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow. How did the Hyksos influence the history of the Hebrews? Oh my god, I'm gonna end up going down a totally different thing. So the Hyksos, if I remember correctly, were one of the sort of families of Egyptian pharaoh leadership. So the pharaohs, Egyptian cultural continuity is like a really interesting thing in history, because the Egyptians from the Old Kingdom all the way up until like the, what's it called? The Late Kingdom, the older, I can't remember, the more recent ones, which is like, that, it's a lot of years. It's like 5,000 years or something, like the Egyptian history. I can't remember the exact time frame anymore, but The cultural continuity of Egypt is really, really, really impressive because they were like one empire and one kind of dynasty, I guess, if you want to call it that. Or no, I guess not a dynasty because of the next thing that I'm about to say. They were like one empire and they had a lot of cultural continuity. And what I mean by that is religious continuity. Some of the nuances of their faith may have changed, but they were never like kind of conquered by other gods. They kept their pantheon, they kept their major religious kind of aesthetics. And that is interesting because they were technically kind of conquered by a couple different powerful families. I can't remember what their names were, but I know the Hyksos were one of them, or Hyksos. And so there were like overthrows of the Egyptian throne where a new family would take over. And in most kind of historical empires, when that happens, cultures change, and gods change, and aesthetics change, and there's major ramifications of that. But Egypt is interesting because of its cultural continuity, despite these overthrows of power that happened periodically. Very, very interesting. So yes, how did the Hyksos influence the history of the Hebrews? So the Hyksos were a Semitic people who ruled parts of Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period. They had a notable influence on the history of the Hebrews in several ways. The Hyksos brought new technologies and cultural practices to Egypt, including the introduction of the horse and chariot, which transformed military tactics. This technological advancement may have influenced the Hebrews, especially in their later conflicts. Ah, interesting. Some scholars suggest that the Hyksos period provided a backdrop for the biblical narrative of Joseph and the Israelites. Joseph's rise to power in Egypt may be seen as more plausible during the Hyksos rule, as they were Semitic and might have been more receptive to a Semitic individual in a position of authority. Interesting. Click, click. Potential connection to the Exodus narrative. The expulsion of the Hyksos. Oh, this is ringing bells. The expulsion of the Hyksos around 1560 BC by Ahmose I is sometimes linked to the Exodus story. The narrative of the Israelites' enslavement and subsequent departure from Egypt may reflect historical memories of this period. Some interpretations propose that the Hyksos rulers could be identified with the pharaohs of the Exodus narrative, while their lower-class West Semitic subjects might represent the Hebrews. Right. So this is something that a lot of people in America who are kind of culturally Christianized or within this larger Christian culture, we don't really learn this, but it turns out that there's almost no extra biblical historical evidence of the Hebrew enslavement at all. There's maybe evidence of Hebrew involvement in Egypt. There's maybe evidence that the Hebrews were in Egypt in this 1560 BCE time. Around Jesus' time, there were a lot of Hebrews in Egypt. After Jesus' time, there were a lot of Hebrews in Egypt. But this long ago, around thousands of years before, we have very, very little evidence of Hebrew people being there. And the only account that we have of Hebrew enslavement is in the Bible. And so a lot of people think that it didn't happen at all, which we are I am definitely not taught I am taught to be skeptical of Noah's Ark. I am kind of socialized to be skeptical of Adam and Eve. I'm obviously socialized to be skeptical of some of these wild other religious stories that pop up around the world. I have not been socialized at all culturally to wonder if the Hebrews were ever enslaved in Egypt. This is something that most Christian Americans just accept as history. We kind of just learn it as history, but it actually might have not happened at all. But as a Christian myself, I mean, I think the story still holds enough, like, relevancy that, like, even if it's not, even if there isn't direct historical evidence for it, I think that either it happened or that something close enough to it happened that it's still relevant historically and religiously. But this is an interesting theory about it. The expulsion of the Hyksos might have been, the Exodus, kind of the root of the Exodus story. Some interpretations propose that the Hyksos rulers could be identified with the pharaohs of, After the expulsion of the Hyksos, native Egyptian rulers became increasingly xenophobic, leading to a heightened oppression of foreign groups, including potentially any remaining Semitic populations in Egypt. One of the oldest, like, roots of anti-Semitism. This root of, like, anti-Semitism in Egypt is also very pervasive in a lot of Gnostic thought. A lot of modern day Christians think of, like, Gnosticism as kind of like a cool, different alternative, like Catholicism, Christianity, and it is. Like, there's lots of things that are cool and alternative and interesting and a little bit more liberal in interesting ways. But when you really get down to the cosmology of old Gnosticism into its historical roots, a lot of it is rooted in Egyptian, specifically Egyptian anti-Semitism, because there was this perspective that the demiurge, which is the Old Testament god, is actually Set, the Egyptian god of chaos and foreigners and war. And this is also Baal, and this is, again, the Old Testament God. Therefore, it is the God of the Hebrew people, the Semitic people, the Jewish people. And there is a Gnostic perspective that says that, like, the Hebrew people were following a not just false god, but, like, evil god, and, like, doing his bidding and all of this stuff. So, yeah, something to keep your feelers out for whenever you're being a little nerd and you're, like, getting really into Gnosticism, as I know all of us little religious nerds have gotten super excited and curious about Gnosticism and gone down wormholes. It's important to keep your feelers out for xenophobia and anti-Semitism, because it's definitely in there. The Hyksos rule and subsequent expulsions are recorded in ancient texts, including those by historians like Manetho, which contributed to later interpretations of Hebrew history. These accounts may have influenced how subsequent generations viewed their own past and identity. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, back to America. Right, this was the tariff one. Was there anything else we wanted to look into here? Garfield died from an assassin's bullet. This is, like, a weird way to say it. Like, why not just say from, like, a gunshot? Saying, like, someone dies by gunshot is much more normal than, like, from an assassin's bullet. I don't know. Lurpy. Thank you for your sub. Lurpy. L-E-shk, R-shk, P, click, Y-shk, underscore, click. Thank you. Also, Unwise Fox, thank you so much for saying that you got the merch. I'm so happy. Thank you. And I'm glad that you love it. Thank you. Or to say he was assassinated using instead of using passive language. Yeah, I agree, Kephis. But yeah, I guess it's, yeah, died in surgery to remove the bullet later. You know, something that I've heard about, current homicide statistics, tangent, is that, sometimes people will say, like, the world is better because homicide rates are so down, but that's actually a really deceptive statistic because many more people survive murder attempts than they used to because of how good hospitals and medicine are now. So you should look at different crime statistics, not just like the rates of how many people are dying from crimes, because it's much easier to save people now than it used to be. I think if a group of people were very free, I think if a group of people that were very free were suddenly under a very strict tyrannical rule, they might call it slavery. Yeah, I think that's fair, Lukiar. Look at violent crime versus homicide would include assault, yeah. Alright, we have a little bit of time left, so let's give ourselves some teasers for the 1884 election. Still got the South and the North pretty clearly divided here. The United States presidential election of 1884 featured excessive mudslinging and personal acrimony. It's gonna get spicy in this next stream, my friends. We are going to look at the tea. We're gonna look at the goss. We're gonna get the inside scoop on Grover Cleveland and James G. Blaine. In November 4th, 1884, New York Governor Grover Cleveland narrowly defeated Republican former United States Senator James G. Blaine of Maine. James G. Blaine of Maine. Goodness gracious. James G. Blaine of Maine. To become the first Democrat elected president of the United States since the election of 1856. Dang, it had been a long time. Since 1856. 30 years. It had been 30 years. Dude, we get stressed in today's politics. We get stressed when there's like 10 years, you know, of one party in power. 30 years. Before the American Civil War, dude, I would be so stressed. I would be so stressed if the party that was like pro-slavery, can you imagine? Oh my god. For real, I am so surprised that the Democratic Party even existed after the Civil War. Like, I am so surprised that another party, like, just for optics reasons, hadn't kind of taken that place. The idea of the party nominee being, or like the idea of there being a major party in the US that was like the party that started the Civil War, for like after the Civil War ended still having like major power and eventually electing a president is crazy. It must have been absolutely terrifying to be a person of color when Grover Cleveland was elected. Like, holy shit. Issues of the day, personal epics. I can't wait to get into it. Click, 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 click. Sneak peek, Cleveland was a fatty. Oh, of course he was. More surprising than 1960s Republicans being for segregation. Ugh. Yikes. Big yikes. James G. Blaine. Honestly, pretty close here. Am I reading these numbers correctly? 20,000? Just 20,000 difference? 20,000 votes difference in the popular vote between James G. Blaine of Maine. James G. Blaine of Maine. He's now only one of 2 non-consecutive presidents. Yep. True. True. Wild. Interactive maps. How exciting. You remember last stream we were talking about how I benched 315 pounds while I was using a squat machine today? 900 pounds on it for 1 rep? Jeez, Hayden. That's a lot. Oh my god, you could squat Grover Cleveland. You could squat Grover Cleveland. Amazing. Amazing. Good job to you. My friends, I don't think we have to think too hard about how to name the stream. I might just keep it as it is. You know what I mean? I might just leave it exactly as it is. Because that is what we did today. I could squat Grover Cleveland and his wife at the same time. Yeah, I bet they'd love it too. According to the internet, Grover Cleveland only weighed 260 pounds. Yeah, that's not crazy. You could definitely squat him. I am going to the gym tonight. I am doing leg day today. I'm doing leg day, and it is so hard for me to work out at night, y'all. It is so much harder than it is for me to work out in the morning, but I do actually think it's better for me because even though my workout is worse, I think it's actually better for my life because whenever I work out in the morning, I go hard because I have morning energy. I am a morning energy creature and I have morning energy. Oh, sorry for the creak. And so I go hard at the gym, but whenever I go in the morning, I exhaust myself so much. And whenever I was working out more in the morning, I had much less energy, like kind of coming into my work and coming into my stream and like doing all that stuff. So I do think that there's major benefits to it because I have more energy throughout my day. I like do all the stuff that I want to do, and then I have a sleepy, shitty workout, which worse for the gains, probably better for my life. Probably better for my life. I have morning focus, but night energy. I feel like I have more focus at night, honestly. Who are we going to raid? The little moonling is streaming, and she is going to be making beautiful music tonight as as always. I meant to copy the little moonling and paste it into my raid command, but I clearly didn't do it right because what I actually just typed into my type box is raid Financial Panic of 1873. So let's try raiding the little moonling instead of the Financial Panic of 1873. Good night, everyone. I hope that you sleep well. I hope that you sleep well and have a good